No proxies? There he is. All right. All right, clerk, we'll call this meeting to order at 9:08 a.m. Go ahead and please call the roll.
All right. Councilmember Perea.
Present.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Present.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
And Council President Esparza.
Present.
We have a quorum.
All right. Next, we will have our invocation. It's going to be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, as well as several performances. If everyone will please stand, if you can, for the invocation, and that'll be conducted by Pastor DJ Kreiner from St. Rest Baptist Church. Welcome, Pastor. Good morning.
To our council president, to our council members, to my council member, let us pray. Well, Father, it is another day's journey. And Father, this journey that we're taking today is especially important because, Father, we have the honor and the privilege of standing before such honorable and great individuals that not only, Father, lead our city, but, Father, lead our nation. And for that, Father, we say thank you. And just as the rain that has come last night, Father, has washed away everything, Father God, that potentially could harm us, we are grateful that today, Father, we are beginning a new season here, Father, on this diocese. We are so grateful, Father, for the arrival, Father God, of our new council member. We're asking, Father, that her influence would unite, Father God, and continue to bless this great city. We are grateful, Father God, for the amazing wisdom and leadership, Father God, that our council member president has given to us over this past year. And now, Father, as council member Maxwell, Father God, takes that office, our prayer, Father, is that you would bestow upon him that wisdom. But today, my prayer, Father, is that you would continue to unite this amazing, amazing city. And that begins through our leaders. So grant them wisdom, give them peace, and let them remember and understand, Father, that they are nothing without you. They are everything with you, and they could be everything to our city when we're united together. So bless them, but not just them. Bless their families as well, and give to them the peace and wisdom that they need to lead this great city. So that, Father God, we are no longer dreaming a dream, but we are now living a reality. So cover them in the matchless, mighty name of Jesus, the crucified Christ and risen Savior, that we pray. Let everybody say amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Council Vice President, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so today is a somewhat of a special day. At this point, we usually would dive right into the business of the city, but today we do have a series of special performances in celebration of this very special day. And announcing and facilitating those performances will be our city clerk, Todd Sturmer.
Thank you very much. And starting off the ceremonials this morning, we have a bagpiping performance by Aaron Lipinski. And next up, we have Mariachi Cachanilla. And
nacido en el desierto, en esta hermosa tierra, espíritu nació. México querido, qué linda es mi bandera, se aseguró la mancilla del parto del corazón. ¡Viva México! ¡Viva! ¡Viva América! ¡Viva! ¡Oh cielo bendito de Dios! ¡Viva México! ¡Viva América! ¡Viva! ¡Mi sangre por ti daré yo! que tenga que pelear. Mi vida se la ofrezco a cada adelantado y como buen soldado yo se la quiero dar. ¡Viva México! ¡Viva! ¡Viva América! ¡Viva! ¡Oh, sangre de mi vida de ¡Viva México! ¡Viva! ¡Viva América! ¡Viva! Mi sangre por ti daré yo. ¡Sí, señor!
And next, we have a folklorico performance by Los Niños de Azatlan. Fantastic. And returning to the stage one more time, Mariachi Cachanilla.
Listo. Cumbias, corridos, un buen sol. Quiere bailar el mariachi loco. Quiere bailar el mariachi loco. El mariachi loco quiere bailar. Cumbias, corridos, un buen sol. Quiere bailar el mariachi loco. Quiere bailar el mariachi loco. Cumbias, corridos, un buen sol. Quiere bailar el mariachi loco. Quiere bailar el mariachi loco. El mariachi loco quiere bailar. Cumbias, corridos, un buen sol. Quiere bailar el mariachi loco. Quiere bailar el mariachi loco.
And rounding out our performances today, Hmong culture and art performance by Sisters in Harmony, Vinjiao Gongxie.
chan đời lò nhện qua chỗ cũ nó phanh chỉ mình với cú phanh chỉ mình trong lì lời yuan đế vừa tua tia tia na tu lu ê có bùa bao na do có chỉ lu cú tia cha có chỉ thia yang can đế chỉ cho xí lu trên nhà nó cũ tư chỉ bông của mùa trong ly nô nó na tu nâng chia đu cha có chia yo đu lúa cha có chia yo đu lúa có tránh yo mùa cũ trò chia với mùa cũ trò chia tia lo mẹ bông chia để cũ yo chan yo có mu cho nu tua naใจเต้าก็จานตื้อเจอใจเต้าก็จานตื้อเจอว่าก็เศร้าตัวเจ้ากูเลยก็เศร้าตัวเจอเตียกาตัวตะกี้ยอก็จงชมก็กูตัวก่อนลูกหัวมัวปองเข้ามัวก็จานเตอหล่อเย่งว่าโจกูนอแฟงจีเม้งไว้กูแฟงจีเม้งชงlời yuan đế vừa tua tia tia na tu lu ê có bùa bao na do có chỉ lu cú tia cha có chỉ thia yang can đế chỉ cho xí lu trên nhà nó cú tư chỉ bông của mùa trong ly nô nó na tu nâng chia đu cha có chia yo đu lúa cha có chia yo đu lúa có tránh yo mùa cũ trò chia với mùa cũ trò chia tia lo mẹ bông chia để cũ yo chan yo có mu cho nu tua na cha có chia yo đu lúa cha có chia yo đu lúa có tránh yo mùa cũ trò dì lu có bùa tàu mua tu bùa tàu mua tu nhớ hậu có chia bỏ có ý plia xứ chia ly nhẹ nhẹ
luôn trong mong tu giờ đã hai ta sẽ ua lúa cố phải phèn cao chia đã đắt tua chạy có là cô có nó mò ca có bỏ cô ta chạy kia bỏ ly
chỉ yo zia tiếc chỉ yo đã sa tàu có mua nia tu bê sẵn mùa bê nắng nà gâu mong gì lu
Gia dụ hai tàu mua xia ua lúa nàng trong mong Yêu mua xia tia hai mẹ hai tí Gà lú cao vây cao mùa tua khua cho cô mua con mẹ tôi mi nha
lạnh mùa mong tuôn dì lu có bùa tàu mua tu lu của tàu mua tu nhớ hậu có chia bỏ có ý plia xứ chia ly nhẹ nhẹ
Luôn trong mong tôi giờ đã hai ta sẽ ua lúa Cô phê phèn cao chia đã tua Dây có là cô có nó mó ca Có bỏ cô ta dây kia bỏ ly
u chi yo zia tia chi yo da sa tàu có mua nia tu nha có bùa yua cả mùa bê sẵn mùa bê nắng nà gâu mong gì lu
Gia dụ hai tàu mua xia ua lúa nàng trong mong Yêu mua xia tia hai mẹ hai tí Gà lú cao vây cao mùa tua khua cho cô mua con mẹ tôi mi nha
To our sisters in harmony, can we get you girls to stay up at the front of the stage? Sisters in harmony, can we get you to stay up here at the front? We have a special surprise for you this morning, okay? And if I could get Cheng Yang to also join us in the front. I'll grab a microphone behind you guys real quick. Well, good morning, everybody. Can we give them another round of applause for that amazing performance? All right, well, first things first. Vin Yao Kon Chia. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, because I practiced all night. I wanted to make sure I got it. But let me just say that not only could I never hope to dance anywhere near as good as all of you ladies, which my girlfriend in the audience can attest to, but you also have a much more impressive resume than me. You have been so involved in our community, whether it's dancing and performing, or whether it's mentoring Hmong youth to make sure that we keep the Hmong culture alive here in the city of Fresno, working with our Lao veterans, working with Fresno State to promote education in our community, or working to get out the vote around election time. You folks have performed up and down the Central Valley, getting first place almost at every city that you've performed in, and if I'm not mistaken, are the grand champions from last year's Hmong New Year. Is that correct? Well, in light of all of your accomplishments, we did want to present you a proclamation from the city of Fresno for all of the great work that you have done in the community. Again, whether that's dancing and performing, working with veterans or students and the youth, you have brought great honor and pride, not just to the Hmong community, but the entire city of Fresno. And for that, we really appreciate all the good work that you guys are doing. So thank you very much. I want to have your coach say a few words, but before I do that, I'm going to hand it over to Mayor Jerry Dyer, who wants to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell, and thank you to our Hmong dancers this morning. Najong Chongchia, in 30 years of speaking at the Hmong New Year celebration, that's all I've learned during that time. But what we've seen this morning is really one Fresno, and so I want to say thank you, Councilmember Maxwell, and to the council for having this rich diversity in our council. But the youth that are before us today are the ones that really make me proud. You are not only investing in our community, but you're investing in your rich culture and keeping it alive. And that is so important for Fresno. And so I want to just say thank you for all that you do and for making us smile this morning and for creating an atmosphere here at City Hall with one of a spirit of optimism, which we need a lot more of at City Hall. So thank you guys and congratulations on your recognition.
Can I invite the two coaches? I'm not the coach. I can't dance nearly as good as they can. But let me get Pa and my ear to come on down. They're the coaches. I just help manage the team, make sure that, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. This is very unexpected, and it's such a surprise. We weren't expecting this at all, but it's been a long journey with these girls, and they came a long way. So it's such an honor to be here and be recognized here today.
I think she pretty much covered it, right? Well, thank you so much, all right? We appreciate it. Thank you.
Once again, thank you for everything that you do in our community. We are so appreciative to have you here in the People's House today. Beautiful performance, and we wish you nothing but success going forward. And with that, can we get the clerk to read the proclamation? Yeah, and let's have you all squeeze in real tight so we can get a nice picture, okay? And then do you want to hold that for the pictures?
Whereas Vien Jiao Gong Xia, a Hmong dance team from Fresno, California, consisting of dancers ranging in age from 14 to 19 years old with 13 members. Lily Lee, Meridian Yang, Megan Mua, Melina Vu, Brenda Yang, Autumn Chang, Celia Zhang, Caitlin Mua Nutua, Gua Yang, Alina Tao, Allison Mua, Jade Yang, and Jay Lee Chun, under the nonprofit Hmong Culture and Arts Preservation, coached by Pa Vang and Maia Vang. Whereas Vien Jiao Gong Xia has encouraged diversity awareness by performing at dozens of venues, ranging from school multicultural events to Hmong dancing to march alongside veterans, and have served as Hmong arts ambassadors for various cultural festivals. And whereas Vien Jiao Gong Xia has utilized their expertise and experiences by continuing to help Hmong performing arts grow by mentoring elementary-age children in traditional Hmong dance to preserve the Hmong heritage in this nation. And whereas Vien Jiao Gong Xia members have served as philanthropists by partaking and collaborating with organizations such as the Fresno Center to encourage vaccinations, worked with Lao Veterans of America to honor veterans, partnered with various community organizations to promote voting, and supported Fresno State in highlighting the importance of education to underserved minorities. And whereas Vien Jiao Gong Xia has challenged themselves by entering Hmong dance competitions this past year, taking first in La Crosse, Wisconsin, and conquering all of California by sweeping first places in Sacramento Hmong New Year, Stockton Hmong New Year, Merced Hmong New Year, and was named grand champions this past weekend at the nation's largest New Year's of all, Fresno Hmong Cultural New Year celebration. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Jerry Dyer and Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim January 5th, 2023 in the city of Fresno to be Vien Jiao Gong Xia Day in the city of Fresno.
Keep making us proud. Thank you, guys. Happy New Year.
All right, thank you to all of our performers. That was wonderful. We're going to move on to approving the actual agenda for today's meeting. Clerk, are there any changes or announcements with respect to the agenda?
Yes, I do have a few announcements. First off, there are Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom. We also have an in-house Spanish translator. If he could quickly, would you like to mention what you can do for our audience here? All right, he did address the crowd. If anyone needs a Spanish interpreter, please see our friend in the back here. Items moved to the January 19th, 2023 agenda. That's the next agenda. Consent calendar item 1E. That's file ID 2309. Resolution authorizing acceptance of the SAFER grant. That was moved to the next meeting by the administration. Ceremonial proclamation for Corin Hoggard Day. That is ID 23-41. That one has been moved to the next council meeting by the sponsors, Councilmember Carbasi and Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1D, that is file ID 23-27, a resolution approving the payoff of Roding Business Park loan. That has been moved to the contested consent calendar for today by Councilmember Arias. Also, ceremonial presentation ID 23-02. The oath of office for Councilmember Perea will be administered by her father, former Fresno County Supervisor Henry R. Perea, and by her mother, Grace Daniels. Those are all the changes I have to the agenda.
All right, council, any additional changes before we approve?
We can address them with, at 1 o'clock when we do the consent, correct? We don't need to do that.
Correct, yeah, you could. You
We'll-
reserve
I'll
the
just
right.
wait.
Okay, yeah, you reserve the right to to remove items for discussion at that time. All right, sounds good. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Sorry. Council President, before we do that, I'd just like to request that we adjourn in memory of Donald Lacey Gregory. He was 80 years old, a lifelong resident of Fresno, and an Army veteran, and unfortunately, he passed away just last week. I'll let the clerk know the name. Yeah,
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, sir.
I'll go ahead, just for the record, I'll be recusing myself on 5E due to a conflict. Got that, clerk?
Yes,
Motion
and
to approve
I will
agenda.
be as well.
Thank you.
On 5B.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Motion, second and third. Any opposition to approving the agenda? Seeing none, agenda is approved. All right, on to the next exciting part of our meeting. We're going to have ceremonial presentations, the oaths of office for the members that were just elected or re-elected this past year and are taking their seats today or this week. And we will begin with the newest member of the council. It's going to be Councilmember Annalisa Perea in District Number 1, and her oath will be administered by her parents, former Fresno County Supervisor Henry R. Perea, as well as her mother, Grace Daniels.
I, Annalisa Correa, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
and against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you. All right.
thanking my parents today for swearing me in. It was my mother who taught me kindness, compassion, and selflessness. It was my father who encouraged me to be brave, fearless, and to be a critical thinker. And it's these characteristics that I bring with me to serve the people of District 1. I'd also like to thank my 3 brothers, Henry, Thomas, and Ryan, as well as my sister-in-laws, Yahida and Ashley. Thank you for being here today and for your unconditional support. A special shout out to my nieces and nephews. You guys want to stand up real quick? Ava, Sophia, Joaquin, and Santiago. It's their generation and their futures that inspire me. And I would like to thank my predecessor, Assemblymember Esmeralda Soria. Thank you for setting the bar high and for your dedication to the residents of District 1 for these last 8 years. I appreciate your friendship and look forward to working with you in your new capacity. So today is a monumental moment in my life. I'm excited to have the opportunity to bring my background as a city and regional planner to positively transform our city, to ensuring our city is clean and safe, and that opportunities are accessible for everyone who wants to be a part of it, to having a community where diversity and inclusion is fundamental to who we are, to making Fresno a sustainable city, to showcase how a modern city can protect our environment and still have a robust economy, to solve big, important challenges like affordable housing and homelessness, to ensure that anyone who wants to live in our city can live in our city. I'm committed to bringing forth issues such as housing and homelessness, public transportation, small business entrepreneurship, and neighborhood infrastructure at the foundation of my focus for the next 4 years, because everybody should walk out their front door and believe that they live in the most beautiful neighborhood in our city. And we all know that our city issues do not stop at our city limits, so I look forward to working closely with our Board of Supervisors to achieve shared goals by working collaboratively, to use resources strategically, and to have the greatest impact on those we serve. To our city workers, who do their best each and every day to make sure our city functions at every level. Thank you, and I look forward to working side by side with you to improve our city. And a special shout out to those street maintenance workers that stayed up throughout the night to make sure that our city continued to operate to the best of its ability during this weather. To my colleagues and to the mayor, I know that by working together, we can maximize our ability to better serve and reach incredible new heights for the people of our city. Believe it or not, there will be days where we won't all agree. However, my hope is that we can disagree respectfully in a way that keeps our community proud and keeps our shared visions and goals intact. Let's continue to make great strides for Fresno. Thank you again to everyone who helped me be here today. I see a lot of you who helped during my campaign. I do not take this responsibility lightly. And last but certainly not least, you will see around City Hall the new faces of the District 1 team. So you guys wave your arms. Luciano, Luke, Johan, Nancy, Laura, Myra, Brenda. I'm excited for you all to be on this journey with me, and I'm looking forward to all the incredible work we're about to do for the people of District 1. So thanks again to everyone for being here today. It's my honor to be here, and I look forward to getting to work. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Perea. The rest of us are familiar faces. And so next up, we have the oath of office for Councilmember Miguel Arias, reelected in District 3. And his oath is going to be administered by his children, Anaí Zamora Arias and Diego Ángel Zamora Arias.
Dad, please repeat after me. Go ahead.
I, Miguel Arias, do solemnly swear
I, Miguel Arias, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear the true faith and allegiance,
that I will bear the true faith and allegiance
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of
to the
California,
Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I will take obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties I'm upon to enter.
Okay, bye.
Your finalist.
Buenos días. Ooh, let's do that again. Buenos días. All right, Nangjong. And good morning, I think it is, or afternoon. You know, Councilmember Butterfield asked me to remind everyone how much of inspiration he's been to my life on the City Council and how many gray hairs he's given me, but most importantly, how many opportunities he's given me to reaffirm who I am, who I grew up, and who I represent. With all honesty, thank you, Gary, for being an amazing debater as we move our city forward. I want to start off by thanking my family and my friends for their unconditional support and their patience these past 4 years. The hours and the personal sacrifices that are required in order to do this job well are unclear to many of us until we go into the trenches. I'm grateful that my family and friends can see the huge need in our community and the need for us all to do our part. These past 4 years have been some of the most challenging times for many in our city. The pandemic took the lives of thousands of our residents, and many more felt the economic toll. Our own families experienced the COVID infections, the cost of inflation, joblessness, and the many naysayers in the process. Names were called, baseless charges have been pressed, and yet through all of that, we stayed focused and kept moving the city forward for the betterment of all. We have several things to be proud of over the last 4 years. We passed a citywide project labor agreement that gives local residents good paying union jobs with benefits. We hired more firefighters than any other council in the history of the city. We reformed the police department and made our police officers the highest paid in the Central Valley. We rebuilt older neighborhoods with record investments. We responded to the pandemic and led our city to the fastest recoveries in the nation and a sustained record unemployment rate. We balanced the budget and grew the rainy day reserve. We funded 2 health clinics in South Fresno in the underserved areas. And we housed thousands of homeless residents, mostly in District 3. This work didn't happen in a vacuum. It requires a strong network of external partners and district and city staff. So I want to take a moment to thank them, my staff, who spent a lot of time working, and our 33 interns that have served our residents and the community-based organizations that partner with us. Together, they delivered 150 public works projects in the neighborhoods in the city of Fresno and District 3. 100 community meetings were held, 80 COVID response events, 27 new housing projects, 3 new parks, 9 motels acquired, 5 of them already funded for conversion to permanent, dozens of mobile food vendor carts for those who make a living in our parks and neighborhoods. The largest solar farm in the city. Our neighbors welcomed more than 3,000 homeless residents from across the city to be sheltered in our district. Thank you to the residents of District 3 for welcoming them with open arms. and for being patient as we work through the challenges of housing the unhoused. $2 billion in new investment in District 3 neighborhoods in just 4 years, and more to come. Our office served our residents through all ups and downs, threats, and political stripes. Not as bad as Congress, though. Hard work, focus, and dedication to fight for what is right, and the hard work cannot be ignored. We did not back down or waver when times were tough or ideas were challenged. We stayed true to our commitment to serve our residents, and I appreciate the fact that voters recognize the hard work that we put in these last 4 years and overwhelmingly returned all of us to continue this work. Looking ahead, there are still many challenges that must be resolved in order to uplift residents across our city. We'll continue to rebuild District 3 older neighborhoods. We'll continue to fight ideas that seek to dehumanize any of us. We will protect and serve the most vulnerable with dignity. I look forward to working on these issues to help support with the help and the support of my team, city staff, and our friends, and all while being grounded on who we are and who we serve. I promise to continue to lead by remaining grounded and humbled by my immigrant roots and the responsibility to ensure that the door of opportunity that my family walked through remains open for the next generation. As we begin our work for the next 4 years, let us aspire to measure and reflect on our public service to our city as defined by Nelson Mandela. He said in 2002, "What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we led." Thank you all for coming today. I look forward to 4 more years of the tough work ahead and serving everyone with the dignity and grace that they deserve in our city. Next up.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Arias. Next up, we have Councilmember Luis Chavez of District 5, who was reelected this past year, and his oath will be administered by Mr. Pablo Villagrana of the Ironworkers Local 155.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter?
I do. Thank you, guys. I need that Bible, Jaime. I think I'm going to need it this year quite a bit. First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming today. Good morning, buenos dias, and najong. I'm trilingual, and when I started this job, I wasn't bifocal, but I'm bifocal, so just bear with me a little bit. First of all, I want to thank the constituents of District 5. Southeast Fresno has been my home for over 30 years. I grew up there. I've taken now 4 oaths, have been very lucky to have served at Fresno Unified, and we have Fresno Unified representing us here too with Trustee Valerie Davis. Thank you for what you do. But it's been a blessing, and it's been a blessing. We don't do this work in silos. We do it working together. I also want to thank my family at home, my parents, wife, and I have a rescue dog and 2 cats to include in that. But I also want to thank my labor family, and that's why I wanted to ask the iron workers to come and swear me in this morning. This is the first time that a union has sworn in a council member in the city of Fresno, and I wanted to do that to send a message that those are the constituents that we represent. This past couple of years have been very challenging for the city of Fresno, but as the residents have seen, we've stepped up. I represent the zip codes 93727, 93702, and 93725 that were the hardest hit during the pandemic. We had the highest infection rates. We had the highest death toll here in the county. And the reason for that is because the people that live there are the most vulnerable populations that oftentimes work the hardest and have the least amount to do with. Those are the folks that work in our packing houses. Those are the folks that work in our fields, our farm workers that work hard every single day, the folks that work in the distribution center. So I take this oath in service to them. That's been my motto for the last 25 years. I'm looking forward to working with the mayor. I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues. Our new colleague, Councilmember Perea, she's the flavor of the month. Councilmember Arias is the semi-flavor of the month. I'm the old reliable face here. I've been very lucky to have served here, and this will be my 13th year now in this building as a staffer and then as a council member, and I know that happened because of the responsibility that I was entrusted with the constituents of South Fresno. So I'm looking forward to serving the next couple years in this capacity, and you can expect that from this council. We've proven that whenever tragedy, whenever emergency strikes the city, this council, this mayor steps up and delivers, and that's what we intend to do. So for those of you that came to see the swearing-in, please don't leave. We're actually going to elect our president and vice president, and don't worry, we won't have to go through 6 ballots like they do in Congress. I think we'll get it right on the first time. So thank you, Council President.
Chavez, you shouldn't be making promises you can't keep. Yeah. No, I'm sure it'll be fine. Sure it'll be just fine. This next one is come to myself. The next oath will be administered to Council President Nelson Esparza of District Number 7. My oath will be administered by the two most important ladies in my life, Sandra Garcia and Danya Michelle Esparza. Come on down.
It's on, okay.
I, Nelson, do solemnly swear
I, Nelson Esparza, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. All right, well, good morning, good morning. I did not prepare a speech. I was supposed to write it this morning very, very early, and then something came up a little more pressing. So I'm gonna do the Nelson Esparza style and wing it up here. I promise not to be long. You guys all know I'm not too notorious for speaking too long. Maybe notorious for other things, but not certainly not speaking too long. First, I want to thank my family for coming out and supporting me always during the first oath I took 6 years ago, the second oath I took 4 years ago, and then today I've got the whole royal family, my grandparents, Sandra and Danya, my mother, my siblings, my mother-in-law, my aunt who helped raise me from the very day of my birth. Appreciate all of you and love you all. We've done certainly a lot here at City Hall over the last several years, last 4 years. I think the chamber was just a little bit more packed 4 years ago from today because it really signaled the change. It signaled something very new, a change in the power dynamics of the city, how things would operate, what kind of policies we would pass. And I think the council that we have, the makeup, certainly has done a lot of that. And I could go through a lot of specific examples like my colleagues did, but I mean, you heard it from them. And when we swore in 4 years ago, you could not have imagined or pictured or made up the kinds of things that would occur or come up and the kind of decisions we'd have to make. Decisions that members of Congress should have been making, but were kicked down all the way to municipal leaders. But we got through it together, relatively united. And I think our city comes out certainly a stronger place in many, many respects. And we certainly did not do it alone. As you've always heard me say, nothing that happens in this building is done by any one individual. All of it's a team effort, by us, of course, here in the actual positions, but all of you folks who are here or not here, maybe watching from home, were really the impetus and the support we need to be able to get things done successfully in this building. Moving legislation is certainly something I've come to love, and it requires many, many great partners. And so, in addition to thanking my long row of family here, just really want to thank all of you and all the roles you've played over the years, picking up our early morning or late night phone calls when we need help and we need support to get something over the finish line for this community, for the city of Fresno. And I certainly want to thank the residents of District 7 for sending myself back here, again, with an even stronger mandate than the last time, and the residents of all the other districts for sending the strong message of a mandate through my colleagues as well. It's going to allow us to govern confidently and with the faith that we have the backing of the community, of the majority of the residents here in the city of Fresno, and allow us to do our job in an effective way to continue moving our city forward. So this is just very much a cheers to another great, another eventful, another exciting and challenging term here at City Hall. Couldn't have done it without all of you. Thank you all for being here, and just great to see you all. Thank you. All right, folks, it's me again. So we're going to move on. Now we've administered all of the oaths of office. We are all officially seated. Move on to the election of the chair and vice chair of the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of Fresno. And I have Councilmember Arias, you are punched up.
Council President, are we doing nominations for president before RDA chair?
I was just going in order. We want to knock this out real quick. Mr. Clerk, is there a preferred order or?
I'd like to make a nomination for Council Vice President to be President of the Council and Councilmember Perea to be Vice President of the Council.
I'll second that. We have first, second, and third. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. That is for the election of Council Vice President Maxwell to be President for 2023 and Councilmember Perea to be Vice President here in 2023. We have a first, we have a second. Clerk, do we have to go out to public comment for this item? All right, so at this time, I'll go ahead and open up public comments on this item. Is there anyone in the chamber who would like to speak with respect to the nomination, the motion on the floor of Council members Maxwell and Perea, please do bring up a yellow card. And if there's anyone on Zoom who would like to speak, please feel free to raise your hand on Zoom. We do have one person on Zoom, Lisa Flores. Welcome, Lisa.
Good morning, everyone. And actually, I was in line for public comment, but I can speak on this. First off, I think this is an excellent nomination because Councilwoman Perea has all this experience being a planner, and that's what you need in the next year with everything that is happening going into this next year with the city. And Maxwell, you know, I just adore you as well. I think that you have very good ideas, and I think that this team would move our city forward in the most compassionate manner that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Here in the chamber, I have one yellow card. That's for Sam Frank.
Council President, Council Vice President, I would just like to say congratulations to all of you who've been reelected, and also congratulations for everybody surviving COVID and entering this new year with its new challenges and hopefully new triumphs for this council and the mayor. And so, in short, and Annalisa, by the way, Vice President, and you've only been here, what, 2 minutes? What's up? All right, anyways, congratulations, and I know that the city employees are very proud to work for this city at this point in time, and we've got a lot of challenges ahead of us, and we know that you guys will be up to the task, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Sam. All right, I don't see any more yellow cards. I don't see any more hands raised on Zoom. Oh, well, please approach if you're going to speak with respect to this item. Yes, regarding the nominations for president and vice president.
Good morning. Congratulations to all of you. Welcome, Mr. Jans. We forgot about him. We can't forget him. He's the main guy here. I knew he would make it. I met him 5 years ago, and I endorsed him, and now he's here. Thank God. We need him. We need all of you. We have hope for all of you. This is my main thing is hope. Hope is a big word. Hope you change, hope you don't change, and hope you're with us together. That's where we want to be. Today was a beautiful day, a beautiful ceremony. That's the way it should always be. There should not be no fighting among each other, bickering. We all have different opinions, but at the end, we have to come to the consensus that we're here together. Nobody's better than nobody. We're created equal. The Lord says we are equally yoked, so we should pull together, not pull away from each other. We're not like the wolves that tear things apart. We want to put things together. Today, we see a lot of joy. We hope that this will be the beginning of this year and that it ends better than it started, see? And we forgive, not forget, but forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but always deliver us from all evil. We need to help those people that are out, brothers and sisters, the homeless. Never forget them, because you know it could be you, from rags to riches or from riches to rags. It has happened. So we should never look down on those people. We need to bring them up. We need to build their self-esteem again. You know, like I said, you lose your self-esteem, you lost everything. But you never want to lose hope with anybody. Right, Mr. Benefiel? We have not lost hope in you. We know you're a good man. We know you're going to bring out the good in you. See, Mr. Dyer, you're the main man now. Remember I told you you're going to someday call the shots? Call them, okay? But call them right. there's a few things that I would like to elaborate on, but right now ain't the time. But can you make time for me? I have to let you know, let all of you know, I've been given a gift to move up. You won't see me around here too much more. I'm going to Sacramento. If you guys don't listen, Sacramento will. See? So shape up or ship out. You can be replaced. Remember that. Here's a good example.
All right, Fernando, we're past 3 minutes now, but thank
Okay.
you for your comments on this
Next
particular
year,
issue.
this year, change that limit, okay?
Thank you.
Don't, like, my saying would be,
Fernando,
don't make me do what you
You'll have
can't
more
do.
opportunities throughout the meeting to speak. But this item, I think we don't have any more public comment. No one on Zoom. I don't have any additional yellow cards. Des, you want to speak with respect to the president, vice president? Please.
So, I haven't got a chance to sit with you and talk yet, but congratulations. Annalisa, thank you. Thank you for the very first week that you were even in that chair. You made a huge difference in the unhoused community. Having the warming center has saved lives. So I hope we stay on the steady course of paying attention to our unhoused, because we've been asking for somebody like you to step into the seat and take action right away regarding our unhoused community. And you're the first person that I've known to do that in the first week. So I hope other people follow suit. And thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. And let's keep the good mojo going.
Thank you, Des. Any additional public comments?
First of all, congratulations. I've had the pleasure and honor of getting to know you over the years, and this council is looking beautiful. I just have to say I am very proud of everyone, and I'm very happy to see that these are our community servants, that this is who our community can count on. And as a Latina, as an immigrant, as a farm worker, I could not be any prouder. So as I look at you, I'm just very thankful that you're here. So gracias. On behalf of Proteus Incorporated, I just want to say thank you. We look forward to many opportunities to establish a relationship as an agency that has been serving our farm worker community for over 55 years. We cannot wait to form these partnerships and establish new relationships. We have an entire year to make a tremendous difference for our community, and I look forward to being a part of the service. So, gracias.
Thank you. Let's see here. Still no one on Zoom. Any further additional public comments on the president and vice presidents here this morning? Oh, yes, welcome.
Good morning. I just want to say congratulations to all of you for being here for 2023. Councilmember Annalisa Perea, we look forward to. My name is Michelle. I am with Hmong Radio here in KBIF, and I'm also part of FP&W, Neighborhood Watch Association. We look forward to continue to build our relationship with the community at all and at large, not just in one area, but as a whole, because 2023 is going to be a big year for change. I do second Councilmember Tyler Maxwell to be president and Annalisa Perea to be vice president. So you have my vote on that, to second that. So thank you again to all of you, Councilmember, for also supporting KBIF, our Hmong radio station, and to further continue to support with FP&W. We look forward to the great changes for 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment regarding the nomination for president and vice president? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comments on that issue. Do we need a roll call vote, or should we vote by acclamation? Roll call for a dramatic effect. Yeah.
Dramatic effect.
All right, this is a motion for Vice President Maxwell to be president and Councilmember Perea to become vice president. Councilmember Perea.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Current Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And current Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Congratulations.
Congratulations. All right, folks, we're all being evicted from your chairs. Let's make the movements. Actually, folks, we do have one more presentation according to the new president. Um, Yeah, folks, we're gonna continue with one more presentation. The new president. We're gonna be heading on down to the front of the dais.
Vice President. For those joining us on Zoom and those in the chamber, we are taking a recess now, and we will resume at 1 o'clock p.m. We will resume at 1 o'clock p.m. with the successor agency vote. So please join us at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
We left off on the election of chair and vice chair to the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of Fresno. So I will entertain any nominations at this time. I see Councilmember Esparza, you're punched up.
That's me. I'd like to nominate Councilmember Arias to be the chair and Council Vice President Perea to be the vice chair. I'll make that in the form of a motion.
Okay.
We have a second from Chavez.
All right, we have a motion to make Councilmember Arias the chair, Council Vice President Perea the vice chair of the successor agency. We have a second from Chavez. Go out to public comment. If anybody in the chambers would like to comment on this issue, please fill out a yellow card and bring it up, or if we have somebody on Zoom, we will call on you shortly.
Nobody on Zoom at the moment.
Okay, seeing no comment cards on this item and nobody punched up, we'll go ahead and vote. Do we have any opposition to make Councilmember Arias chair and Vice President Perea vice chair of the successor agency to the RDA? Seeing no opposition, the motion passes 7-0. Congratulations. Or condolences. Okay, we'll now move on to council member comments and reports, and we will go in numerical order, starting with Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Arias.
I've submitted my 10 requests for updates to the city manager prior, so we'll save you guys some time today.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefeld. Council Vice President Perea.
Yes, thank you, President Maxwell. Just wanted to wish everyone a happy new year and let you know that my district has been very busy, or my office has been very busy so far this year. We've received a number of complaints related to public safety issues or street flooding issues, so just want to thank our Public Works team for being very proactive and diligent with responding to those complaints in my district. On December 21st, I did join forces with Assemblymember Esmeralda Soria. We were able to give away about 100 toys to homeless and migrant youth in the Central Unified School District, and so just very appreciative for the donations we received to make this possible. And then lastly, we will be holding a ribbon cutting ceremony at the Alchemist Coffee Lab. This is located on Washawn in the Tower District, and so that's going to be Monday, January 9th at 11:30 in the morning. I'm going to be partnering with Mayor Dyer on this effort, so if you're able to make it out, please do, and please remember to always support our small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I don't have any remarks at this time. City Manager, anything you'd like to comment on?
Yeah, just a few. Just want, I know it was a lot of people were out taking some well-deserved time off during the holidays, but we did put a couple train memos out. We did put one out on the status of city EV chargers, and I know Councilmember Arias has additional questions, and that was one of the items of 10 items on his list. So we'll be getting back with more information. And then one regarding the long-range planning for the Air National Guard base relocation, one regarding the airport air services update, and then most recently the warming center programming and operational impact. Just gave you a little bit of a status of some growing pains that we're having with the increased attendance at the warming centers. I have some other comments and questions related to one of the agenda items that I'm hoping will be part of discussion. So I'll cross my fingers that item gets pulled and I can offer comments at that time. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you, City Manager. My office will be reaching out to schedule a meeting about the relocation of the 144th, just for your information. Mr. Mayor, would you like to make any comments at this time? Okay, that'll conclude council member comments and reports. Any of my colleagues like to make any additional changes to the consent calendar, pull any items for contested consent? We'll go in numerical order, starting with council member Carbasi. No changes. Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Chavez.
I'd like to move item 1P to contested.
That was P as in Paul?
Yes.
And I would also like to remind everybody that item 1D as in dog has already been pulled for contested. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I'd just like to register a no vote on 1G.
Councilmember Bredefeld registering a no vote on item 1G as in George. Council Vice President Perea. No. And no changes on my end.
either.
Council President, I apologize, no vote on 1G as well.
Okay, so we have another no vote registered on item 1G as in George from Councilmember Carbasi. And then this is the time, City Clerk, when we go to do public comment on all this stuff before we approve? Okay. I will be going out to public comment for consent, contested consent, unscheduled communication, and closed session, just so the public knows. We do have a time-sensitive item close to 1:30. I may put a pause on public comment at that time to have a special speaker coming from Fresno State, and we could wrap up public comment afterwards if we have not done so already. So if you want to comment on consent, contested consent, unscheduled communication, or closed session, now is the time to do it. I have a few cards up here with me already. If you have not yet filled one out, please pick up a yellow form or punch up on Zoom if you'd like to speak electronically. First yellow card I have is from Steve Diddy. Steve, if you could please come on up.
All right, I'll be brief like I always am. The three topics I wanted to discuss this morning, or actually this afternoon, are the first one is the federal legal status of cannabis, and that has dissuaded my psychiatrist from prescribing either cannabidiol or Marinol for me, which are cannabis prescription drugs, you may be aware. So I thought that since he won't do that personally, and the FDA has approved cannabidiol and Marinol for other purposes, unrelated to bipolar disorder, which I have, I thought that the city of Fresno, so that my psychiatrist would feel more comfortable about prescribing it to me and other people that may benefit from it, making Fresno a marijuana sanctuary city. That's my proposal. And I wanted to discuss over lunch how successful that has been, and where I got the idea from was the immigration issue and sanctuary state status. The second issue I wanted to discuss, which I will shelve until later, is the legalization of prostitution in Fresno. And I will put that on the shelf just like a prop in a William S. Burroughs novel. The third issue I wanted to discuss was the oath you got that the new council members took this morning. I noticed there's no Fresno Constitution per se, but there is a Fresno Charter. So I was thinking about that, and I'm like, well, I may star in a Ian Fleming James Bond next movie. It's called The Serpent's Oath. It's an idea I came up with. But I won't move to LA. I'll star in it on sound stages in Fresno and shot locations around Fresno area. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next, here in the chamber, we have Deborah Godbout. Deborah, would you please make your way on up? And just so folks in the audience and on Zoom are aware, our timer at the podium is not working, so I will let you know when you have 1 minute left. But you may proceed.
Well, I'd like to thank you guys for letting me come and talk with you today. I'm here about the homelessness and the housing. Have any of you been homeless or used any of the housing that are out there for the homeless? No? It doesn't work. I can tell you for a fact, Mike and Mary McGavin started the Poverilla back in the 70s when it was down on G Street near the Greyhound. The vision he had is not what's happening today. Unfortunately, I had to, after 38 years of marriage, I had to use the Village of Hope. I had to use maps. It was hard to navigate. I got into the Village of Hope. Very unsanitary there. I ended up in the hospital with a bed bug infection. Bed bugs were rampant throughout the pods. Your other shelters that you have out there that you're housing the homeless are also, the second one I was at had cockroach infestation. They had mental health services there, but they didn't help you with mental health services. The third one I was at, the city has since bought, and you guys are refurbishing it for affordable housing. It's gonna take a while to do that. That one was just dirty. I had a CPAP machine I used for 3 or 4 days, and I had to stop because my air filter was so disgusting in it. And when I tried to get the air filter out of the air conditioning there was no air filter. It was dirty, it was grimy. It's very filthy out there, and I would love any of you to take the challenge. I was out there for 19 months, crippled, sleeping in my car in the corner of Jean Santa Clara, trying to get into the Village of Hope or some other facility. I would like you guys to take a 9-day challenge And if you're up for it, let me know, and I'll give you all the rules to the game, because it's not fun out there on the streets. I had to, when they closed down the facility you guys bought, or the city bought to rehab, we had to find our own place. I had to find it on my own. I had to get an emergency housing voucher on my own because the cockroach-infested place that I stayed. Is that it? Okay, the cockroach-infested place that I stayed at was trying to yank my housing voucher because I have this thing called a brain, and I think outside of the box, and I was trying to be an advocate for the people in there that they weren't helping. All these programs are supposed to be 90 days. They are not. I can tell you, people have been in some of those shelters for years. They do not help you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Deborah. We do have the dinger working once again. That will give you a reminder at the 2-minute and the 1-minute mark. Next up in the chamber, we have Des.
Hi. When I left here, I was kind of happy. When I left, you guys said to come back at 1, so I went to go hit a couple camps to make sure everybody's okay because the storm is coming. Mr. Dyer's administration was out there at a camp where they have taken, Fresno police officers are taking individuals and picking them up in their truck, and please do not call me a liar. I got video of them loading up the police vehicles and taking them on private property and taking them over to the railroad tracks and taking them over to state property because they are told to. All you're doing is you are putting city people on federal property by a railroad track. I spent the last 2 hours in the rain. I am soaked right now because why? Because when I showed up at the same camp that the Fresno Police Department picked up the people and took them to, showed up to tell them all to break down and go across the street to a sidewalk that's only 36, it's not even ADA compliant. So you need to send somebody back there on Weber to fix the sidewalk that's not even wide enough for a 56-inch wheelchair to even get through. But that's the sidewalk that Dyer's administration went ahead and put them on, only for them to break down everything. Everything was soaked. Do you know when it started raining, I spent 2 hours and I seen 8 people just standing there. The Heartless team was just standing there collecting tax money while everybody had to break down their damn tents and sit there and put it in the rain. We have over 20 beds available at one shelter, and I challenge any one of you to come with me right now and go to these shelters right now and let's count these beds, because the people that were behind in that camp that they told to break down could have been in that one shelter right now. They all want shelter. So what is the problem? Stop holding beds, Dyer. Stop holding these beds for the media sweeps that are going to happen so we can get your people in there. Stop allowing Poverello House to take these beds from us. Please, people are dying. They're wet. They're soaked. So what are you going to do right now, City of Fresno? You guys have had people moved out of this camp. Everything is soaked. They're on the sidewalk right now behind the Fresno homeless shelters on Weber, where you guys block off the whole street for a shower mobile that doesn't even have hot water. But you guys have the people in the street. They're in the street. If they get hit, who do we blame? Them? Open up the beds today. Get every single one of those people that you guys just swept onto a sidewalk off of a safe lot, onto a sidewalk that you guys are going to own. That's what the police said just now. Sarge said that you guys are going to own that property in 2 days. That makes it public property. So why are we moving the people onto a sidewalk? Please go pick up all those people. I will go with you. You guys know. You know there's beds. You guys know we have beds. How dare you allow people to die on your streets? This is a lawsuit that Fresno's going to face. You keep on taking these beds and not allowing them. I know. Please, I'm begging you. What do you want me to do? Get on my knees? I'm tired.
Thank you, Des.
I'm broken.
It's 3 minutes. And just as a reminder to the audience to please address the council when you come up to speak. I will be enforcing that going forward. Next up in the chambers, we have Brandy Noose Villegas. Brandy, would you please approach the dais?
Thank you, and congratulations to those who are in your new positions. I want to address the state of emergency. We do have a state of emergency regarding homeless and affordable housing, As we've been taking people to and from the warming center, which, like Des said earlier, we are very grateful for, and thank you for those being provided. So many people are asking about affordable housing and rooms at the shelters, like all the time. They're asking if there's something affordable, if there's, and it's really, and so many of them have been waiting for so long. As you pursue solutions for affordable housing, I want to ask that you pursue rent stabilization that was outlined in the Here to Stay report, rent control like other cities have to prevent more people from being priced out of housing. I ask that you center your solutions finally on hearing directly from those who are actually unhoused, like Miguel did when he did the townhouse for the homeless and the Live Experience Board, that's at FMCOC, and listen to them directly on what they need rather than through others. They're asking for safe camps that could be resource hubs and have sanitations. We are asking for the tiny homes to finally come. And each and every shelter and supportive housing needs to be small and planned in a way that is safe. We cannot do large spaces with a lot of people, like a convention center, with all the different various mental health needs. It is not smart or safe. And I ask that you look hard into making changes where your efforts to address homelessness are actually creating an impediment. Regarding the HEART team, which we spent $10 million on, they are causing harm and preventing people from moving forward. Last night, a woman told me that when they try to take a step forward, the HEART team basically creates them 12 steps back. We have a gentleman here who should be in housing today because he secured housing, but because of the HEART team, they took his documentation, and now and he will tell you more, but he was actually deterred from housing. This is not isolated occurrence. I'm hearing from so many people that the HEART team is throwing away their belongings, they're throwing away their IDs, they're throwing away things, they're making it very hard for her. This woman last night broke down. She was so tired of constantly having to deal with this when she's just trying to get off the streets. And we have more people that we heard about where they throw away their tents right before the storm yesterday and are creating health and safety issues. So I need you guys to 7 years ago, it was the first time I came before the city council, and it was when I found out that the homeless task force swept and threw away tents and sleeping bags right after Christmas. And so I came and I was nervous and I didn't really say much except for you guys to make sure that they're taken care of. I'm not as timid now. The sad thing is that not much has changed in this as far as protecting people and ensuring that they actually get the help they need rather than making it harder for them. And we also need to have more, in affordable housing, greater accountability at the shelters to ensure that if there is a due process when they're being exited so that we ensure that this does not become another step back.
Thank you,
Thank
Brandy.
you.
Thank you for the comments. Next up, we have Mr. Elizondo. Please come on up.
Peace be with you. It sounds like a broken record here. Same thing every time. Well, we know we don't need water. Got plenty of water. No shortage there. But the shortage we have today is leadership with integrity to act on it. But it seems to fall on deaf ears. Hopefully Mr. Andrews will put a spark plug in you guys, wake you up to reality, not virtual reality, reality period. I found the solution to this affordable housing. His name is President Jimmy Carter. He already did it. He calls it the habitat. So why are we over here messing around with making these apartments where you used to call it a reservation to go to the apartment? Now they turned it into a reservation for the homeless and segregation. So we need to change all of that and let the man that knows how to make habitat take over. There's no research done there. Plus, we need an audit of how much those changeovers cost. I heard it was $1.some million. That's a lot of money for remodeling, you know. But the thing is that these people need help. They don't need to be towed around and persecuted like people of in the days of the Japanese when they rounded them up. They don't need that. We're in the 21st century. Let's live up to that. Today, you guys did a lot of oath. Who was crossing their fingers? Somebody was crossing their fingers because we don't get no action. We need response. We also need to fix this button. Take it off permanent. It's freedom of speech, not 2 minutes of speech. I'm working on that one. But I'll be going, like I said, to Sacramento. Maybe I'll get something done over there. Nobody here wants to do anything except fight among each other. Anyway, please do your best. That's all I ask. I know you're limited, but you're not stupid, okay? You know what's happening. Let's do it. Get on it. Get rid of the button. I'll tell you the rest of it.
Thank you, Mr. Elizondo. Next up, here in the chambers, we have Carla Martinez. Come on up.
Hi, Carla Martinez with Leadership Council, making comments on 1B and 1P. As the city hires a consultant to draft the competitive info area proposal to HCD, the following sheet should be considered. A project area map should be included in the scope of work. Smart growth networks and development need to be applied. The City of Fresno's Infill Development Act should be taken into consideration and complete Article 7. It needs to take the Here to Stay report into consideration when developing anti-displacement strategies. For example, projects which receive info incentives must set a set baseline exclusionary and anti-displacement requirements, including basic and affordable housing proportions, mandatory inclusion of displacement analysis in all CEQA analyses, relocation assistance for displaced individuals and families, and right to return home where demolition is deemed necessary. These were taken from the report itself. Infill development must be planned in an environmentally conscious, equitable, and community-led approach in order to mitigate the impacts of displacement and gentrification. On regards to 1P, as the City of Fresno takes steps to alleviate our homelessness and housing crisis through an emergency order, we hope this will lead to big changes for the homeless and affordability in the city. Other cities and states such as Portland, Hawaii, Seattle, and Los Angeles have implemented similar local emergencies, and Fresno will now be the first city in the Central Valley leading in this crisis. We look forward to seeing more concrete details and plans for what this local emergency will entail. Additional flexibility provided by the emergency order should include flexible requirements to allow more people to qualify for affordable housing programs, a rent stabilization ordinance to help our affordable housing crisis, stronger tenant protections to protect low-income renters, rapid rehousing, including subsidized units, security deposit assistance, and permanent supportive housing. All ADU and converted garages need to go through a safety analysis to ensure habitability in these units if rented out. Make sure that there are mechanisms in place for tenants to come forward with retaliation should these units be rented out, and added to a rental registry for the city. All streamlined affordable housing projects should have mechanisms in place to make sure they are truly affordable and take meaningful action to address racial economic segregation per affirmatively furthering fair housing. Further, we support our houseless advocates who have asked that the emergency order entail programs such as additional shelters, streamlined path to permanent housing, tiny home villages, and specialized centers for LGBTQ youth, folks, and folks with special needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. Next here in the chambers, we have Joe Martinez. Please come on up, Joe.
Good afternoon, President Maxwell. Good afternoon, council members. Congratulations, Annalisa Perea, for representing District 1, my district. Pleased to have you on board. I'm here in support of the emergency ordinance by the City of Fresno to declare an emergency on our homelessness crises. We don't need to look very far to see that it's everywhere, not just downtown, but as far north as River Park and east and west Fresno, and basically throughout our entire city and county of Fresno. I'm also here in support of the establishment of providing emergency housing for the homeless. As a national expert on homelessness and also a former program manager of federal runaway homeless youth programs, street outreach, drop-in centers, housing, emergency shelter, drop-in centers, and federal HUD programs, I'm here to tell you that one of the most important populations, or is just as important, are the youth. We all know that on November 1st, the only youth shelter in the entire city and county of Fresno closed its doors after providing a safe place for our homeless youth, 17 and younger, stating that there were not enough homeless kids to serve and felt obligated to return the federal funds in which funded the shelter and supportive services operations. I'm here to tell you on behalf of the Save Our Sanctuary, or the SOS, the data shows just the opposite on the status of our homeless children in Fresno. I can't imagine our city not crying foul or just upset or just feeling that that's not okay, because it's not. It's morally wrong and it's not okay, especially for a city our size. In California, there were over 200,000 children, 18 and younger, who experienced homelessness. In Fresno, the city of Fresno received 3,360 reports of missing children that were reported to the police department. CPS says that there are 1,900 children in foster care. Fresno Unified reports more than 2,300 homeless students who are often living in motels and other places not safe, stable, or healthy. And in 2021, there were 114 cases of human trafficking identified locally, including 25 cases involving children. And finally, 1 out of 4 youth on the streets identify as LGBTQ, and these kids are the most vulnerable youth on our streets today. So I'm here today to ask, to urge you to please remember our youth as you look at providing emergency shelter. Today, there is no safe place for our youth as of November the 1st. That means 300 kids, if you look at the numbers, that means 300 kids are left on their own on the streets of Fresno every month. That's not okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next here in the chamber, we have Sean Matthew. Sorry, hard to make out the last name here. Sean.
Sean Anthony?
It may be Sean Anthony, yeah.
Yeah, hello. I'm here to speak today on the homeless. I am Mr. Horgan, and it is my wife and I, and all our belongings have been thrown away. Today we were supposed to move into our apartment. For that, we are not able to, so that means we have to start all over. We are pregnant with twins, and it's really a big dilemma right now. I follow all the laws. I'm going through all the programs. I had all the documents ready. I was ready to move off the street. And as of right now, I am facing either jail time, CPS case, and whatever else that the city puts upon those that are less fortunate. And all that I'm asking for is enough talk and a little bit more doing, you know. I know we have funds. I know there's a dilemma. I know there's a lot of crisis. I know there's a lot of crime. But there are those of us that are trying and that are within the lines of means of trying to get help. And we are being taken away from that help. So if you just listen, just please really give some help. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, Sean. Next up here in the chambers, we have Gloria Wyatt.
Hi, my name is Gloria Wyatt. I'm about ready to become 60. I'm not used to being on the streets. This is not my lifestyle. Me and my brother both, we have income. We're both sick, but we're living in a tent at this time because we can't even afford rent in a one-bedroom apartment, the two of us together. It's really sad what everything has come to, you know, and it seems like nobody cares. The camp that I was staying at, that just not even an hour ago, all morning, better yet, they've been out there just bullying everybody, tearing their camps down. We have no place to go. We have no place to go. I'm scared. I'm scared for my brother, too. He's old. I have medical conditions. He does. But I'm worried more so about all these other people out there that have to, that's their life, that's what they always are. It is so sad to see, especially like this morning when they came and just took their homes away, what little they have. And then the rain started pouring down, and every person out there from the city to the cops, everybody got in their car and left. And left what was under, not packed up yet, left. As soon as everybody got soaking wet, they were in their car. They wouldn't even roll their window down to talk to us. I'm just sick to my stomach that you guys allow this. I don't understand. I get SSI. My brother gets SSI. We can't afford a place together. We can't do it. And this is where we end up landing. I don't belong on the street. I don't belong there. All I'm asking is a little help. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Lastly, here in the chambers, we have Crystal. Crystal, I think you dropped something behind you there.
So just like she was saying, where those cops were and they were tearing everybody's stuff down, I have my dog and my puppies, and all they're trying to do is just take everybody's stuff and throw it away. I've never been placed. Never been placed. And I'm still out there. My sister's been placed, but she's in her shelter. She's been in there for almost 3 years now. And Jerry Dyer, you look so good on TV when you're out there at the shelters.
Please make sure
go out there right
you're
now.
addressing the council. Thank you.
What about right now? It don't look too good no more. He's just trying to make himself look good. Why don't he try to help people? There's people out here trying to do good. Not everybody's on drugs. Not everybody's committing crimes. There's people out here that do work too and that are homeless. Like me and my sister. Same thing. Why don't you go out there, pitch up a tent? See how it feels. It's not gonna feel good. You want them to come over to your house, take your bed, your kids' bed, everything you worked so hard for, just to throw it all away so you have to restart? It was hard to get those tents without doing a crime. You guys don't understand this.
All right, I think we have one additional comment from Sean Lee. Sean, if you can make your way up to the front.
My sister was up here a minute ago, Gloria Wyatt. That's my sister. I'm sick too, and we've both been sick for a little while now. And we're both on SSI, and we're out there in the tent, and there's weather. This weather's not good. We got no home to go to, and we can't afford to get a place. The rent is too high for us to get a place, even for a one-bedroom for us to share. We can't afford it. And it's just ridiculous. There's too many people out there on the streets that can't get into a home because they ain't got enough money. And I do. Jerry Dyer is a liar. He said something about building tiny homes for a bunch of homeless people. He ain't built none yet. They're supposed to be done by 2022, but they ain't done yet. I'm sick. I can't handle being out here very long right now. I got laryngitis. I can't hardly talk. And I just don't feel good at all. I'm getting too old for this crap. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Those are all the comments I have for in the chambers today, so please make sure you fill one out if I don't have it. In the meantime, we're going to take a couple quick Zoom.
And first on Zoom, we have Robert McCloskey. Robert, go ahead and unmute yourself. You have up to 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. Well, you heard it from people direct from the street, and I can verify that's all true. I see it every day. The gentleman that spoke about losing his ID, I met him recently, and I gave him a blanket, and then I gave him some supplies. He was out in front of the Catholic Charities trying to get housing, and I believe he did get housing, but as he said, he lost his ID. I just wanted to refresh people's memory. And by the way, I'm an advocate and journalist, and I've been following the money for the last 2.5, 3 years. The Fresno Bee reported recently that the city, county, and Fresno Madera Continuum of Care received $230 million in money for housing and homelessness, primarily for homeless services and assistance for shelters, et cetera. Somebody brought up the tiny home village. $10 million was appropriated in March. $5 million came from the state, another $5 from the city to build a tiny home village that would house at least 100 people. That hasn't happened yet, as the gentleman mentioned before. I just wanted to reiterate that in 2008, Judge Wagner of the Federal District Court issued an injunction and an award against the city for a $2.5 million class action lawsuit between a class of hundreds of homeless Fresno and the city of Fresno. That was paid out by the city. Apparently, the city council doesn't care about paying out taxpayer dollars, and every taxpayer that's listening to this should be aware that there's another lawsuit pending with the same kind of activities. This lawsuit was filed in violation of the 4th and 13th Amendment for illegal search and seizure, and it involved exactly what's happening today. The lawsuit said that clothing, medications, tents, and blankets, as well as irreplaceable personal possessions, such as family photographs, personal records, and documents, had been destroyed by the city, and the city was liable for that destruction under the 4th and 13th Amendment. We have to reiterate that because the city is getting sued again. I guess the public don't care. Millions of dollars of their tax dollars goes into paying these lawsuits. I have to tell you, Hartman's got to stop these taxes. You need to screen the people on Hart. I think you have some true, straight-up sociopaths on the Hart team that get off on torturing people. That's what this is, going out there in the rain and torturing people. You need to stop Hart immediately from throwing people's stuff away in this bad weather. It specifically violates the Martin versus Boise decision that says you can stay on public property and they can't take and throw away your property unless they offer shelter. That is not happening. As far as moving forward, I think we need to create a task force to look at social housing, which is a model that will save tons of money, take the money out of the pockets of the developers. We know the mayor and others went to Vienna, Austria to study that program. Of course, it involves, and I've talked about it many times, is the public ownership and the public or a nonprofit running a housing facility, and rented, stabilized, rents are subsidized, and it works. It works. It works in other parts of the world, and it can work here. I know it's a big step, but we have got to take the profit out of development. It's just not working. The current model will never build enough housing. Meanwhile, the most important thing we
Thank you, Mr. McCloskey. That's your 3 minutes.
You need to involve people in this task.
And next up on Zoom, we have Lisa.
City Clerk, let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to take, if anybody else has not filled out a card besides yourself, you could go ahead and come on up at this time and address the council. If anybody is in the chambers that has not filled out a yellow card and would like to speak, please do so at this time. After this speaker, I'm going to put a pin in public comment. We're going to move on to the next item and pick up the electronic ones afterwards. Please proceed.
Hello, my name's Kristen, and I'm piggyback off what my sister said. I've been in the shelter for almost 3 years and still got nowhere. I've had 3 jobs while there. I have all my ID, birth certificate, social security card, everything. And where am I at? I'm still in the shelter. My sister is right behind me in that field, and you guys are taking all their tents or sending the police officers to go take all their stuff that they go out and work hard for to earn just to throw it away so they can be out there in the rain in the wetness and get sick. It's not fair that what you guys are doing. You guys need to think of something and think of it fast, because if not, things are gonna go down south.
Thank you. I'm actually going to take one more Zoom person since we're not quite at 1:45 yet. You can announce the next person.
All right, the next speaker on Zoom is Lisa Flores. Lisa, you can unmute yourself and you have up to 3 minutes to address the council.
Good afternoon. First, I want to stand in solidarity of all those that have spoken before me, and I want to talk about the medical emergency that is hitting Fresno. Yesterday in the mail, I just got a letter from United Healthcare telling me I can no longer use Fresno Community Hospitals. And they gave me a list of 5 hospitals to use. The only hospital I now am allowed to use is St. Agnes, because Madera is closed down, Selma's too far, Ridley's too far, and even though I'm a child of God, I don't think Valley Children's will take me. And as I'm looking, and it's just a matter of negotiation between the CalPERS system and community. So personally, I would love to see community and everybody on both sides get off their ass and sign a contract. Second, I want to talk about your decision-making skills and what it is doing to impact community health. Currently, from what I'm hearing from the previous speakers, you have homeless that are being rousted by the HEART team. Having previously engaged with the HEART team, oh my goodness, these class of individuals, they really need to be rotated out. Your police officers need to be rotated out of the HEART team, because I believe that is part of the problem here, is they're allowed to do things without any sort of repercussion for their behavior and how they represent the city. And also understand that they're acting as agents of the city, which makes you guys each liable for every death that occurs, every illness that occurs, all the property that is destroyed, the city, and you are liable for this. And, you know, just the speakers here today, I see 3 cases that could go to the hospital and impact the hospital system, an overburdened hospital system, which is now even more overburdened with Madera closing, based on your city staff policy and the actions of the HEART team. You have 2 individuals who have claimed ADA. They're sick. They're getting sicker. They are going to take up vital resources because the city is rousting them. And you need to start looking at the things you can do within the policies within the city to alleviate some of what is going to be happening at our hospitals. You know, it's not, to have a person to keep a tent, to keep warm and not to get wet and not to see their health deteriorate, that's not much of a change of your protocol. You know, many of you spoke about how you were raised and where you've come from. Remember the lesson I believe that all of us were taught, to the least of our brother. And with that, I will leave you to your, Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, folks, what we're going to do now is just make a quick pause on public comment. We're going to move to item 4A under City Council. This is a resolution of the City of Fresno, California, honoring Fresno State Athletics and urging admission to a Power 5 conference. We have some special guests in the audience today, so I do want to make sure that we hit on this item. And if my co-sponsor or any of our guests want to come to the front at this time, that would be appropriate time to do so. So let me just be the first to admit that I am not a Fresno State alumni, nor am I a very big sports guy. I was always the guy that was in History Day, in chess club. Much to my father's chagrin, I was never much of a sports guy. But I know one thing, and that's how proud our community is of Fresno State University, their academics and their athletics. We have an incredible team of folks leading the university right now, whether that's President Saul Jimenez Sandoval. We came on around the same time to our respected offices, and you have done so much to increase the academic performance of our students and make investments into campus. You have a great team, whether that's Vice President Debbie Astone, Government Affairs, Michael Lukens. We know Director Toomey and Coach Tedford are some of the best folks in this country to be leading the athletics department and the football team, but truly all of our sports teams are doing fantastic. And there are rare windows of opportunity in time when you need to pounce on that opportunity in front of you. And I think right now the stars have aligned to have Fresno State University Athletics Department join a Power 5 conference. The athletes deserve it. They have proven themselves time and time again that we are ready to perform, whether that's the Big 12 or the Pac-12. Our athletes are more than capable. Our academics and our graduation rates are increasing every single year. We have some of the best departments on campus and some of the best leadership too. And I want to highlight just a few facts from this resolution that I'm bringing forward today with my co-sponsor, Mayor Dyer. U.S. News and World Report has named Fresno State third among national public universities for graduation rate performance for the past 5 years. In 2022, Washington Monthly ranked Fresno State the nation's 36th best university, top among the California CSU system. Fresno State has consistently promoted the economic vitality of Central California and has been a social mobility leader among four-year public universities. And we see that every day. Folks that come from lower socioeconomic status go to Fresno State and are able to make a better lives for themselves. And most of them stick behind in the Central Valley, contributing to our culture and our economy. And we all know that Fresno State has a distinguished athletics program as well, boasting notable alumni such as Derek Carr, Devontae Adams, Paul George, and Aaron Judge. Fresno State's football team has won 29 conference championships and 16 bowl game victories. And just a couple of days ago, we had our Fresno State men's basketball defeated number 21 New Mexico 71-67, the last unbeaten team in men's Division I basketball. Last year, under head coach Jeff Tedford, the Bulldogs again claimed the Mountain West Championship and went on to secure a decisive victory at the Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl against Pac-12's Washington State, making them the only Californian university to win their bowl game. So it's very clear to me that we have an opportunity in front of us that we need to pursue. And listen, I get it. This resolution in many ways is ceremonial, but my commitment to Fresno State personally, and I hope the commitment of the rest of my colleagues and the mayor, is that we will do what we need to do as a city to help ensure that Fresno State gets invited to one of the Power Five. And I look forward to having many conversations with you and Athletic Director Toomey and whoever else we need to make sure that that vision becomes a reality, because let's face it, you guys earned it, and quite frankly, I think you deserve it as well. And so if my co-sponsor, Mayor Dyer, would like to speak on this item.
Thank you, Council President Maxwell and President Jimenez Sandoval for being here today, and for all of the council. You know, timing is everything. And I believe we have a unique opportunity right now with our Fresno State Bulldogs in terms of timing. And we also know that that window of opportunity will close before we know it. And so it is important that I believe we in local government support the efforts of Fresno State to be considered in one of the Power Five leagues, and whether that is the Pac-12 or the Big Ten. But it is time for Fresno State to be seriously considered, and I'll repeat some of the things that President Maxwell said. Our Fresno State Bulldogs have consistently been recognized as a top university in academics across the nation. Our nursing program, agricultural, engineering are really second to none. And I want to boast a little bit about our criminology program, because it is one of the, if not the top criminology programs in the entire United States. A Fresno State Bulldog team motto, anyone, anywhere, anytime, has proven Fresno State well. And the fact that they've been invited to play nationally ranked football teams a number of times, including Alabama, USC, Oregon, and USC. We've seen many of those games come down to the wire, as we did this year, unfortunately losing in the last play of the game to Oregon State. And then we've had the opportunity to beat UCLA. We've had the opportunity to beat USC. And I was at the LA Coliseum this year, or the SoFi Stadium this year, when our Bulldogs took on Washington State. And to look around the stadium and to see the number of fans that were there from Fresno, a sea of red. It was an electrifying experience. The fans were loud, the fans were supportive, and the Bulldogs were at their best. And that is why they dominated Washington State in that victory. And so it was, I was proud to be a part of that, as well as many other bowl games over the years. I was there this week when Fresno State Bulldogs beat number 21 Mexico State, I had two of my grandkids there, and it was an incredible experience as again. 29 football conference championships, 16 bowl victories, national champions in both baseball and softball. And I can't think of a university in this country that's more deserving right now at this time, both academically and athletic, to be considered for either the Pac-12 or the Big Ten. Yes, it may be symbolic, but it does show our support for our Fresno State Bulldogs, and they are our Fresno State Bulldogs. And I am proud to have graduated from Fresno State and to be an alum. So with that, I'd like to, if we can, please have President Jimenez Sandoval come up.
Thank you, Council President Maxwell. Thank you, Mayor Dyer as well. Thank you, council members as well, for your support of Fresno State. I'm here to tell you that this is an important step for Fresno State because it's not about Fresno State, it's actually about the region. It's the region that's at stake. It is the branding of who we are as the Central Valley. It is the branding of who we are as the region that feeds the world. The more exposure we get on a national coverage, the more exposure we get through excellence in athletics and excellence in academics, the stronger we become as a Central Valley. It's really about that. The more exposure we have on a national level about who Fresno is, we get out of the shadow of San Francisco, we get out of the shadow of LA, and we become our own person. We become our own self-worth individual that says, we are the Central Valley, we are proud of who we are, and we are proud of this community, and we are proud of the Bulldogs that represent us on a national stage and on a national arena. Like you, Council President Maxwell, I did not grow up with sports. I grew up also with books, and I grew up with chess and everything else. But I have come to realize the power that athletics has like nothing else. I can have a conference at Fresno State that brings people, 1,000 people, successful conference, that's 1,000 people. In one single game, 41,500 people come and cheer on the Dogs. And they come as a community together, and they come as a collective together with an intention to say what? This is who we are as a Central Valley, and this is who we are presenting to the world. So with that, I fully support this. I thank you for your work. I thank the council members as well for their work. I thank the mayor for his support. And I want to say, go Dogs.
Go Dogs.
Thank you, President Jimenez Sandoval. Again, we commend all the great work that you are doing on Fresno State University. We are extremely proud of our Bulldogs. We will have a call for a vote here, but I do want to put it out to the public before we do so. If anybody in the chambers would like to address this issue, please fill out a yellow card. Otherwise, City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up?
On Zoom, we have no hands for this item.
Okay. I will give my colleagues an opportunity to speak, but I would like to make a motion to approve this item. And I have a second from Councilmember Carbasi. Would any of my council colleagues like to speak on this item? Any of the Fresno State alumni, perhaps? Besides Miguel?
Sure. I just want to thank you, Council President, for bringing this forward. A lot of us in the community are very proud to have graduated from Fresno State, and thank you, Mayor and President Jimenez Sandoval. See, this is bipartisan. See what this does? Fresno State is a big part of the identity, and it's a great way we attract people to invest in our community regionally. And I like what you said, Mr. President, about the region. And I'm sorry, I can't believe we're voting on this. This is a no-brainer for the Pac-12. What are they thinking? I mean, they need to be out here getting us to join them because we have a great media market. We have very, very loyal fan base. It's not just Fresno. It's the entire area. This is the hub. And when you go, I want these guys, these folks, to come to a Fresno State football game and see the passion at this game. I mean, we're a very proudly rowdy bunch because we love our team, we love our community, and we would be a big asset for them if they were to have us on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Seeing nobody else punched up, we have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Carbasi to adopt this resolution. Do I have any opposition? Okay. Item passes unanimously. You have our full support, Mr. President. Go Dogs.
Go Dogs.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and pick up where we left off on Zoom comments. I believe we still have a couple of folks punched up for public comment before we move on to contested consent.
And the first hand on Zoom is Ruben Espinoza. Ruben, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to address the council.
Hello, good morning. My name is Ruben Espinoza, community policy advocate with Fresno Barrios Unidos. Today I'm commenting in support of item 1P, the proposed declaration of homelessness and affordable housing as a local emergency. For this item, I wanted to highlight the plight of transitional aged young people who are either returning home from incarceration or have aged out of foster care. While employment and other reentry challenges are important, it can certainly be argued that finding and securing adequate and affordable housing is chief among the reentry challenges that formerly incarcerated and systems impacted young people face. In fact, one can argue that securing employment, maintaining sobriety, or participating in pro-social activities, for example, are extremely difficult without stable housing. So understanding and describing the need for reentry housing is complex for two primary reasons. And first is because the need is both immediate and long-term. And second is because the individual's needs vary considerably depending on their needs, depending on their unique circumstances. And unfortunately, there are a lot of systemic challenges that formerly incarcerated young people and systems impacted young people face when trying to find and access housing in the community. Formerly incarcerated and systems impacted young people are at an increased risk of housing instability immediately upon the release, whether it's from a juvenile justice campus or, like I said, aging out of foster care. And so I wanted to come here today to advocate and bring some solutions to the council, such as the need for low barrier emergency shelter for folks getting back on their feet, with a pathway to long-term solutions like affordable supportive housing that have independent living skills programs to help these young people remain in their housing. I also wanted to cite some research about how brain development during 18 to 24 is incomplete, and young people are more likely to give into impulsive thinking and fall into delinquent behavior that usually happens because of desperate conditions of trying to survive out in the streets. So having a stable place to call home, even having an emergency shelter, low barrier for these young people to try to continue re-entering successfully into their community is crucial to the development of their brains. And especially, young people, anyone who is returning from their community need a strong foundation on which they can rebuild their lives. I want to echo the comments from the gentleman earlier, highlighting the concerns about the only youth shelter in the county that is no longer offering its overnight shelter services. It's very concerning because just in the last 2 weeks, I had 4 people come to me asking if I knew somebody or a place for young people who were, I think, 18.
Thank you, Mr. Espinoza. That is your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Do we have any more speakers on Zoom at this time, City Clerk?
And I have no additional hands on Zoom.
Okay, before I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, were there any other changes, any more items that needed to be pulled?
Council President, I'd like to pull item 1I for separate discussion.
Okay. Going once, twice, 3 times? Okay.
Motion to approve the rest of the calendar.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Chavez to approve. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Arias. Motion second. Any opposition? All right, the motion passes. So we'll go ahead and we'll start taking the contested consent one by one, starting with item 1D as in dog, that's approving the payoff of the Roding Business Park loan. And I believe this was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Thank the city manager who called me yesterday to give me some additional clarification, but as I noted to her and to our controller yesterday, that there are some questions I want to pose for the benefit of the public and for my colleagues to fully understand what this item proposes to do. Staff, can you provide us a layman's term explanation of what you proposed to take action on as this item is listed? What does it actually do?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. Thanks for the question, Councilmember Arias. So the recommendation and proposal before you today is to pay off the loan, a loan that we have with the iBank for the Roding Business Park. And the reason for the recommendation is the loan terms have a stipulation which require that the city's financial statements be approved and presented and provided to the loan holder within a certain time frame, a time frame that is my understanding has historically been a challenge for the city, certainly one that we will not likely meet this year. And so we've previously, my understanding is, approached the bank to see if they might amend the terms, and they've adamantly opposed to allowing any flexibility in that regard. And so we had been seeking alternative and option to perhaps pay it off in order to avoid that stipulation. And there are some one-time resources that have been identified and are recommended to do just that. And that's the primary motivation for the recommendation today.
And it's my understanding that in order to pay off this loan, can you first walk me through what did we actually take out a loan for? I know it's described as Roding Business Park, but...
Sure. So I'll be a little bit fuzzy on the details. I'll try my best, given that I wasn't here. The loan was secured back in 2004, and it was a joint, I believe, I don't know if the technical term is partnership, but it was a loan that the city secured on behalf of, in partnership with the RDA, which, as you know, is no longer in existence, to improve and to phase in some project support for the Roding Business Park project. I believe this particular loan was identified for Phase 3, is my understanding.
Got it. So in essence, we borrowed money to build out the infrastructure of the Roding Business Park, correct?
That's right. Yep.
And we're using another loan, other bond proceeds to pay off this loan?
No, sorry. When we spoke yesterday, I wasn't able to clarify that for you. But this is actually the proceeds we're using are unrestricted general fund dollars. So not you. We had been talking about a separate bond that was issued for the animal shelter, and this is not at all in relation to that bond.
Okay. That raises some additional concerns for me because, as the council may know, at this time of the year, we're typically doing our mid-year budget adjustments, and we all have our competing priorities for how to use the additional funds that we have in the budget. But this year, they're late, so we don't know how much additional general fund dollars we have, and you're asking us to spend $1.5 million before we have a clear picture of what that mid-year looks like. Do we know when we're going to have the mid-year numbers?
If I could, I know there's others who can help address that. I just wanted to clarify. It's 1.2 is what we're asking, but granted, I know your question still remains. And I also just wanted to make clear that without paying off the loan, we will be in technical default of the terms, which is why we're making the recommendation as well.
Understood. And the deadline for that payoff is January 27th?
27th is the date of the term that we have to provide the financial statements for. We have to give them 15 days notice, really at any time of our intention to pay off the loan, which is why we're here today to do that before that deadline would.
Okay. Councilmember Arias, question for administration. Would it be possible to get a brief update about mid-year on the next council meeting and then consider this again after hearing that presentation?
We're not going to be ready for mid-year. I just
projection?
asked Ruthie and the team to get a train memo out to you regarding the status and the timeline. With our new financial system, in order to do an accurate mid-year, we have to run reports to find out how much money is basically unspent in each department. And the way, in a very simplified version, the way I understand it is we've had some challenges with the financial system talking to the budget system, and we have been working through being able to generate those reports so departments know what the status of their funds are. So we will not...
Well, we know we at least have $1.2 million. Do we have a better idea of what that number looks like?
We know, yes, only because Alma Torres manages the animal center, and she keeps her own spreadsheet offline from the budget system because, there's not a lot of money that goes in and out. So that's the only reason why we know that there's that much, because the reason why we have extra funding in this line item is we put aside money for operations based on an estimate of when Fresno Humane submitted a response to the RFP that the Brand administration put out many, many years ago. So we knew it was going to be more than the SPCA, so we put the top at what the Humane proposal had been. So that's what we budgeted.
What is that delta, do you know?
Alma, do you know that?
The delta is how much, Alma? Sorry, just trying to get clear on the number.
It's about 7 million.
7 million.
Yes.
If I may, my concern is twofold on this item. One, that we're starting to spend general fund dollars without knowing whether we have 2 million in carryover or 30 million in carryover to reprioritize for this calendar year. Secondly, we're taking it from the animal shelter. We were promised, and we promised the public, a series of improved services through the animal shelter. I was just there last week to get my pet spayed and neutered, and was told there's no spay and neutering taking place because we don't have a vet, right? So the spay and neutering at my private vet is $350 per dog, which I can handle, but most folks don't and can't. So I'm hesitant to take money away from the animal shelter when we're not even providing the adequate service at the animal shelter that we promised the public and that was promised to us as a body.
Alma, so that is the exact reason of why we have funding left. It's not for a lack of trying. We have done everything we can to try and recruit vets. We have engaged professionals at UC Davis, at all around the state. It is a statewide problem of a vet shortage. So absolutely, we said this from the very beginning. Our goal was to have on-site vets with low-cost / free spay and neutering. We have not been successful, but it has not been for lack of trying. Now, we budgeted for that. We have not been able to accomplish it. So there's a budget savings there. I 100% agree with you about spending money before mid-year. I don't love this, but I hate the alternative far worse, which is going into technical default because we keep getting put in this position with this particular loan that we have to have these financial statements. I don't disagree with you about spending money before mid-year.
I understand that, but we've had this reporting requirement for decades in this loan. So we've known that this is the deadline for the reporting requirements. I understand there's transition taking place in the department. There's reason for that. But we could also give people vouchers, since we cannot secure a vet of our own, to go get spayed and neutered somewhere else. I'm not seeing that taking place, so I'm hesitant to do this today. I'd rather we table the item, return to next council meeting, and if you guys can get us some clarity.
Council member.
That would be helpful.
Can I make a recommendation that the budget subcommittee meet with administration next week to see if there's an alternative source of funding? Budget subcommittee at this time is still yourself, me, and council member Esparza. And if we're unable to identify another potential funding source, or if maybe meeting with the administration, we have a better idea of what that mid-year might look like, we'll hear that item again on the 19th.
So I just want to clarify.
Is the 19th a problem,
Yeah,
city manager? Why?
because we have to give 15 days notice.
That's right, yeah, so it requires 15 days notice of payoff. The requirement to have the financial statements completed, approved, presented is January 27th.
So you're putting our backs against the wall,
Yes,
essentially.
we are.
Unfortunately.
It's unfortunate. We apologize. It's not a great situation, but it is what it is. And I know every year this has been a challenge. It is really.
So city manager, since you're putting our backs against the wall, what about I make a motion but change the funding source and take it from salary savings in the general fund versus taking it from the animal shelter?
Okay, that's fine. We'll figure it out from within the city.
I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it, please?
My proposal is for us to just change the item, to amend it to take the money from general fund budget salary savings versus the animal shelter at this point.
real quick, we do have Councilmember Chavez punched up, so let me start with him, Councilmember Carbasi.
Councilmember Carbasi or myself? So, thank you, President Maxwell. I'm trying to wrap my head around this, and I did read the staff report, and that was actually some of the concerns that were expressed. How are we spending money before we know what the carryover is? And City Manager, this is, I think, one of the reasons why I wanted myself and the council to have the muni projection figures that I asked for a couple months ago. I know you guys have had them. Like, what's the holdup? What's the challenge with providing what the forecast is, not what the department heads have been sweeping up, but what the forecast is? I think that's something very important for the council to have as we're going through the budget discussion.
So I think what we can, first of all, we are going to, Ruthie just informed me, we're going to be to council in the second meeting of February for the mid-year. So the holdup was we've had to go back to Muni a couple of times on the numbers that they've given us.
What was the reason for that?
Where's Ruthie? Oh, okay. Can you clarify, please?
Good afternoon, Council President, members of council. Member Chavez, the first time that I was able to meet with Muni, being as I started in July, was with their September report, and I was questioning some of how their changes that they had previously projected versus what was in that actual report and then the projections there. And so we have been getting clarification on exactly how, frankly, some of the business sectors were being reported and evaluated and therefore projected. And so we were able to settle that up. And in fact, I have a meeting with them this afternoon, just in time for us to be preparing the projections for sales tax and all of the other areas for council for your consideration.
Which specific business sectors were questionable in your opinion?
Retail primarily, and also business-to-business sector. I don't want to get into too much more detail than that, as we're not able to disclose specifics on it.
Are you comfortable with Muni's projections? Or
I am within the range that they provide. So they provide a low, and they provide a high, and they provide a mid-range, and I do think that each sector has a little bit of adjustment, I think, rather than just taking, the midline straight across, but definitely will stand firm and be confident in whatever we present to you at mid-year.
And I understand the transition that's going on with the department and all that, director and city manager, totally understand that. I think it's going to be very important for this council to have those numbers beforehand so that we don't end up in situations where we're trying to crunch numbers at the last minute or meet a deadline or, postpone this, postpone that, because I think that's always been the frustration for the council, and I think the council needs to have those figures early. And I just want to let staff know that's one of the reasons why I've been requesting them for quite a while. And City Manager, you and I have been here a long time ago. I know what that budget looks like. I know what the line items look like. I know how to read those budgets. I just want to make sure that we're all comfortable with what those figures are and that we put everything on the table so we can have a good, robust discussion about what funding priorities will be. And Ruthie, you've been around for a while. You know how this works. And the reason I'm honing this quite a bit today is to save us a lot of questions and a lot of follow-ups. And hopefully, for the sake of our new leadership, we don't end up with 98 council motions, at the end of the day, because we didn't have enough time or we didn't have time to pick out priorities on that. So I'm doing this in the spirit of trying to save us time later. Hope you can appreciate that. Thank
Absolutely
you.
do. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez, to my knowledge, I don't think we've ever provided council with just the Muni projections. We've always provided those projections comprehensively with the rest of the information.
And that's what I'm trying to change, City
Okay.
Manager. I think we need to have that information too, and I think you can appreciate that. I mean, there are two things that this council is responsible for: land use and budgeting. That's crucial information for budgeting.
Right, and I do want to note, while I agree that the budget process with the budget motions. I think last year's mid-year budget process went very well. I don't recall there being a whole bunch of consternation at all. I felt like we did a very thorough presentation, provided all of the information that was requested. I hear what you're saying about the projections. Ruthie was also doing checking some other, I think the UCLA forecast, some of the other entities out there to provide forecasts to make sure that she was comfortable. So I hear what you're saying. Before we come back in February with the information and context, if you want us to pull out that portion, we can do that. Be aware that we can only provide it publicly and at a high level because of proprietary stuff, but we can do that. I think following Ruthie's meeting today, we'll probably have the comfort of doing that.
And I understand that, and I think that's where I think the value is, City Manager, where we would have, I know you guys use a combination of sources to come up with numbers. I think that information should be available to the council, right? Especially when we have an economist on the dais here. Thank you.
My questions are next, I think.
All right, next up, we have Councilmember Esparza, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Yeah, well, Ruthie, one second. So, how confident are we that we're going to be in the black in terms of mid-year? I mean, take a look at the state, and they have issues. Granted, we don't rely on capital gains for our private revenue source. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you we are going to be in the black?
Fairly confident. It's definitely more than a 5, less than a 10, but I'm confident we'll be in the black. Fortunate or not, frankly, I think it's unfortunate that we've had the same staffing and staffing up issues that have been experienced locally, statewide, nationwide, and those vacancies are going to help us bridge the gap. But as you probably know, the property taxes, which are also very high on the list, I believe number 2 in income or revenue for the city, came in much stronger than what we had budgeted. So that's a net positive as well. That will definitely assist. But departments are being very responsible. We do have a convergence of issues regarding the financial statement preparation this year, not only the transition, we also have the new financial system and that implementation, which has obviously been a challenge, to say the least. And then we also have a huge pronouncement, which is GASB 87, and you'll hear more about that, but it's a completely different way for us to account for every single lease that the city is involved in, and that has been extremely time-consuming, and frankly, that's really what is holding us up right now. I was hopeful that we were going to make it, but it just wasn't possible. We realized around the 1st of December, not possible.
Okay, so more likely to be in the black than not, but never know.
Yes.
Okay, and yeah, we heard about the 7 million. That's a nice number. It makes us feel good, but kind of wanted to see the big picture and where we might land ultimately when we get to February on the mid-year. Yeah. Next question would be for Alma with respect to that 7 million. Was this in terms of trying to get these services, the veterinarian services? Was that trying to hire internally? Was that outsourcing? Was that a combination thereof?
All of the above.
Okay, and
so
okay.
we are
still 7 million left
yeah,
over.
we're using anything that we can. I know that Fresno Humane does issue out vouchers to local veterinarians that participate in the program. We have reached out to the CCSPCA also because they have a program that is focused on spay and neuter, and we do have some partners that are we're gearing up and we're getting ready to bring them in the future here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up is Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Arias. You're up, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. I'll just make a motion to approve the item with the following amendment, that the funding source not be the animal shelter general fund dollars, but instead salary savings from the general fund. And that we also provide some direction that staff not bring forward any new expenditures that would spend the mid-year budget until after we get the mid-year budget presentation.
Do I have a second for Councilmember Arias' item, amendment? Is that you, Chavez? Second from Chavez. We have a motion and a second on the table to not use general funds, but instead to use salary savings. General fund salary savings and not to expend from the mid-year until we've had that report. Councilmember Carbasi?
You're good, you answered it.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, the motion passes 7-0. Next item on the agenda is item 1I, as an igloo, actions pertaining to the summary vacation of a portion of the southeast corner of North Parkway Drive and West Shields Avenue, a portion of North Parkway Drive, north of West Weldon Avenue, and a portion of North Marks Avenue, north of the Marks Shields connector. And this was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just for a few thank yous to High Speed Rail, Caltrans, and Public Works for the numerous briefings on this matter. Big picture for the general public's benefit is, as the realignment of 99 took place for the benefit of High Speed Rail, there's a bunch of pieces of land that's left over. Some of it owned by the city, others owned by Caltrans, all along the freeway, which just happens to be a big pollution magnet. And this item is part of a bigger plan to combine as many parcels as possible for later sale of those parcels for other uses. And I've been spending time with staff on this because, as you know, these parcels tend to, two things tend to occur. One, either they're dumping sites when they're not monitored. Two, they become homeless encampments. Or three, they're actually developed into something that is compatible or not compatible to the area. I've been very, very clear with all the three agencies that I will not support any shelters that places children and families in these areas. These areas do not have pedestrian infrastructure. Most of this area doesn't have sidewalks. The interchange there's been several fatalities of people trying to get to the grocery store across the interchange that only has sidewalks on one side of the interchange. So I just want to put that on the record. Staff has, addressed the questions. Some of this will be, up to Caltrans when they depose the property, but I don't want it to be any surprise to any future owner of these properties or any agency that if they intend to develop shelters for women and children intentionally when we know there is no pedestrian infrastructure, that either the city will be on the hook for the millions of dollars of infrastructure, or we will have to face some challenges to clear the environmentals since it is a pollution magnet where these properties lie. It's my hope that they can be used for something that's more compatible, parking lots, industrial uses, commercial uses, things of that nature, but kids and women don't belong in those vicinities. With that, I'll make a motion to approve. And thank you again for all the time you spent with me.
I have punched up Councilmember Carbasi.
Nope. Sorry, I hit the button on accident.
I have a motion on the table. I have a second from Councilmember Perea. Any other comments or remarks from my colleagues? Okay, we will go ahead and take a vote. Is there any opposition to the motion on the table? Seeing no opposition, the item passes 7-0. Moving on to the next item, this is 1P, as in Paul, declaring local state of emergency to address affordable housing and homelessness. This was pulled by one of the sponsors, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President Maxwell. First of all, I want to thank my colleagues. I think every single council member of the mayor's office has been working on this issue, homelessness and affordable housing, which to me, in my view, are actually tied together for a very long time. I think we've done some decent work. Credit to the mayor's program of off-ramp and bringing those folks off from the freeways into shelters, but we know that not all of them stay in the sheltering, the transitional living centers. We've made a number of investments in purchasing hotels and trying to find more stable housing for our folks, but to me this is one of the most pressing issues that I believe this body and the mayor will tackle this year, and the purpose of this today is to have a conversation. One, to start the conversation. Two, is to gauge the interest and the will of this body in moving forward and prioritizing some of these policies that I believe will help reduce the challenge that we have. And whether you want to describe the homeless issue as a problem, I think it's more of a crisis. We've done a number of things in the past couple of months. We've, opened up cooling centers, we've opened up warming centers, but we know that that's not enough. I don't think we need to tell our residents that. They see it every single day when we have encampments up around the city. I don't think there's any part of the city that is immune to this situation, whether you live in District 6, 2, 5, 3, 7, 1, all of the above, and even in the county themselves. But what the purpose of this is a couple of things. One, to convey the sense of urgency for the public. Two, to try to leverage resources from the federal authorities, from the state authorities. As we know, this is a nationwide problem, citywide problem. And then also to ensure that we all get on the same page. And this is the opportunity where I want to have our city attorney just provide an explanation on what the difference is between a crisis and an emergency. I've had some legal opinions drafted by our legal team in the past couple of months. I know that the administration has also had some legal opinions drafted by our legal team on what the parameters are, more importantly, what the limitations are. And City Attorney, before you do it, I also want to enter into the record that legal memo that was prepared that outlines what the stipulations are for declaring a crisis for shelter, but also if you could take the opportunity to, for the benefit of the public, explain the difference between an emergency and a crisis and what the legal implications of that is.
Thank you, Council Member. We did look into this issue, and I'm just going to speak generally in terms of the difference between a state of emergency versus a shelter crisis. And it is the opinion of the city attorney that declaring an emergency at this stage is not defensible and is not going to be binding on the administration for a number of reasons, mostly centered around state law. The preferred advice method from our office is to declare shelter crisis, which would be more defensible under state law, specifically Assembly Bill 2553, Government Code Section 8698.4. Under that preferred method, it would kick in a method in making the shelter crisis come forward, and the preferred method is through a resolution by the City Council.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that the public understood what that means, and more importantly, for the next part of this conversation, I think what you're going to hear today from myself, my colleagues, and everybody, not just the sponsors, are possibly some policies that could help in this effort, and also for the benefit of our team, the administration, the mayor's office. One of the things that I feel we've done, and I mentioned earlier, is we've tackled this problem, and the best way to describe it is we purchase hotels, we put folks in there, we try to move them out of the street, out of the elements, into more stable housing with the hope of them receiving services. But once they go through those services, one of the biggest challenges that I've heard from our team, from the county and across the city, is the affordable housing situation. We don't have enough affordable housing inventory to really accommodate the needs that we have in our city. And so what I like to flag today for discussion is two things that I think will help in that effort. One is what I term the ADU, or some people call it the mother-in-law setup, grandfathering in, based on some of the census data that we've seen this last cycle around, and those folks that go door to door in our neighborhoods. We know that there are some dwellings, some structures that were built that were not obviously utilized with permits. They were built on their own. What I'm attempting to do is figure out a way, a process for these folks that built these studio, additions to the property, folks that converted their garage into a dwelling, to have a process where they can actually bring that into the property and allow them to use that as an additional legally recognized dwelling. I think that will add some inventory, and Fresno's little secret, along with other big metropolitan areas, is that they're already here. I can tell you, representing Southeast for over 10 years, I see them all the time. I've seen them in Southwest, I've seen them in the Tower. A lot of these folks don't discuss it or talk about it, but I think there'll be a couple benefits in adding some additional inventory and incentivizing some property owners where they can bring it in under their property, insure it, and obviously all of these dwellings, all of these structures have to meet safety and health standards. We have a amazing team with our rental housing inspection program that has a very specific set of criteria of what those health and safety standards are that we've outlined for rental properties. I think that's a good place to start in determining whether a dwelling or a structure can come into the city and be legally recognized. So I want to flag that one for the administration. I also want to, at the same time, flag the affordable housing new construction conversation in discussions with folks that do this for a living. We know that we have a pre-approved, pre-vetted ADU structure that the city of Fresno has outlined, that has gone through the process, that has gone vetted and been approved. I want to use that same process, that same model for affordable housing complexes, so that these folks that can purchase parcels and build right away and use the same process that they can for the additional tiny homes. I think this will help cut back some of that time that they have to go through. And then also, we know that we have folks that do this for a living. Beautiful project out on McKinley and Blackstone, the Lingo project. If these folks decide to build the same project elsewhere, I don't think they should go through the process and all that. And if they don't have to do that, is what you're saying. So then that would be a pre-approved. So anything that has already been built, people can build elsewhere. Is that correct, City Manager?
If they submit, just like they do with the single-family home, if they want to submit a plan and say, we want this to be a standard multifamily, we'll treat it the same way like we do with a standard plan for a single-family residential.
So what would be the difference between the time it takes for that to get processed if they're initially turning in or if they're just doing a replica of that?
If it's something that has already been vetted through the department, I can't, I'm just hearing this I'm months off the timeline.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I know we already, I believe Councilmember Carbasi brought this up several months ago at the request of a local developer, and we were already down that path of, and I think we're done with that. Jennifer is here and can speak to more when you're ready for that. But absolutely, we absolutely think that's a great idea. We'd already gone down that path for new multifamily, more of the larger size projects, but maybe, we're not there yet on like duplexes or triplexes, but obviously we'll have to have more discussion about the city developing plans versus a developer who wants to develop a standard, like, hey, this is my standard duplex plan, and then they want to put that all over the city. We absolutely, that is an easy can do.
We can accommodate that.
Absolutely.
So I want to put that into the queue as part of this, set of policies that we want to work through and refine and bring back. Obviously, we are not voting on this today. That was the purpose. One, to obviously have a public discussion about this. Two, give our other colleagues an opportunity to weigh in and maybe offer some of their ideas. As I mentioned earlier, we have homelessness across the city, but those are the two specific policies that I'll be working on, and I'm looking forward to working with the administration, looking forward to working with the private sector. The last thing I'll say on this issue before I turn it over to the co-sponsors is we often get into the dynamic of saying, we want to build more affordable housing, but everybody knows that affordable housing is not necessarily affordable, and it's not easy to do. I think we need to figure out ways of coming up with solutions that eliminate a lot of the requirements that we have. For example, if it means that We don't plant 10 trees around an apartment complex. I think people are okay and open to that if we can bring some more affordable housing units online. And that's really the intent for the administration of this conversation, is to flag a lot of these issues, vet them, and then obviously bring them back to council for final ratification. With that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Arias. I think you had some
Actually, we have a
purposes.
couple other council members punched up.
Well, he's the co-sponsor, so I think we
I'll be taking it in order as folks punch up.
okay.
Yep. Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Perea.
Thank you. I really appreciate my colleagues for bringing this item forward, regardless of what it's titled and what it becomes. I think my goal is it forces a conversation about housing in this community. We had a lot of folks come here today. It's very difficult to see folks that are going through a crisis, and we don't know the whole story, but the reality is they're hurting, and it's made clear to us. And there's really three areas we're talking about here. What they're talking about is preventing homelessness. That's one component. One, and I think Councilmember Chavez has talked about this, is preserving the housing stock we have now and enhancing it when we can. And the area that I admit I focus a lot more on is creating affordable housing. And for me, affordable housing doesn't just mean government subsidized housing, because there's a lot of requirements that come with that. And we have market forces. Prevailing wage is one of them that gets kicked in very easily. And I do think a lot about the middle class. This year, you know, we have record inflation, over 7%. That's many times over what's normal. And if you're like me on a fixed income, folks out there with a higher interest rate, you know you can't make the same decisions you could make the year before. These are what our voters are going through right now, having to make those tough decisions. The problem is we are a local government that is continuing to get hamstringed by the state. Our very own governor, who's tried so hard to increase the housing stock by millions of units, gets hamstringed by the legislature. And I really think the housing crisis we have in this state, and I'm sorry to be Captain Obvious here, but we have to know why we're here, is because they have passed so many ordinances, so many state laws and regulations to curb our use of natural gas in our homes, for improved use of solar, which we all love solar, but there's a cost to that. And developers don't keep that cost. It's passed on to the middle income. These are folks that aren't on government assistance. They make too much money, but they're not rich enough to have massive write-offs to reduce their tax burden. And when you're a middle income, working class person in that sweet spot, you bear the great burden, and market rate housing isn't even affordable. So I really hope that we have policies to really streamline things, increase housing stock for, to basically increase the size of our pie, so we have more for folks to be able to be able to have higher supply, because we also have, again, global market forces that it kind of stinks. We feel it here locally because we have higher interest rates, but we also see the higher price of housing because lumber is 300% more expensive. This is just the reality. So we have an uphill battle. I do want to, at some point, hear from the sponsors. I think the purpose today is to have this conversation, and that's great, and it's great for the first meeting of the year. But I am a little concerned on this convention center component because that is a community asset, and I worry about our legal liability in doing that. So if I can hear from at some point on that, that would be helpful. But thank you for bringing this forward. This is the conversation we have to have at the beginning of the year.
All right, I think I was just promoted to council president on my first day. All right. So the next person I'm going to call on is me. I'm up next, right? Okay, all right. Just to kick things off, I do want to have a conversation about what exactly it means when we say affordable housing. Director Clark, I'm going to take a stab at this, but I might need your help. But when it comes to affordable housing, when we look at the housing element, it's broken down into different parts. We have very low, we have low, moderate, and above moderate. And so as a planner myself, I'm always looking to see what we can do to meet these state goals. And we do have number allocation goals when it comes to the different levels of affordability that has been put upon us by the state. Looking at the annual progress report, the most recent one for our city's housing element, it looks like we are roughly 10,000 units short when it comes to meeting our affordable housing goal. So what that tells me is that we have work to do when it comes to attracting more affordable housing developers to our city. But our role in that is figuring out how do we remove the red tape, the roadblocks from our process. And so I did have the opportunity to meet with the administration this week and with Director Clark, and so I'm very appreciative for your time, and do have just a couple questions similar to what we've already discussed this week. But do we have currently a process to expedite an affordable housing project? So if two developers were to submit a proposal, one being a multi-million-dollar residential project, one being an affordable housing project, would those be treated fairly? Do we expedite affordable housing projects? What does that currently look like?
Right. So the department does have a planning and building team specifically for housing and residential projects, both on the entitlement and on the building side. But regardless of the project type, they would be treated the same in the process. So there would not be necessarily an expedited process. Depending on specific state bills, there may be an opportunity to utilize CEQA exemptions and exclusions to expedite an affordable project if it's submitted under those particular provisions. But we've advocated before for ministerial approval of certain types of housing projects, and I think affordable housing is certainly one that should receive additional consideration for some kind of ministerial action under CEQA to streamline the planning portion of the process.
Okay, great, thank you. And I would like to work with the administration, work with the planning department to find tools, incentives to where we can make affordable housing projects ministerial by nature. And that'll I think will cut down a lot of the requirements and staff processing time. I think that'll be a very attractive little nugget for folks to want to come to the area if they know that we are expediting, we are prioritizing the streamlining process for affordable housing projects. While we do need to build housing at every income level, I do have a housing project in my district where the starting prices of the homes are in the 700,000s, and so while that does serve a need of a segment of our population, I think what our numbers and what the data shows is that there's a lot more that we can be doing when it comes to meeting the affordability crisis that we have here in our city. So I do look forward to working with staff more to develop, and I would like to see something brought back in the near future when it comes to a process to expedite affordable housing projects.
Great, thank you,
Director. The other item that I would like to look a little bit more into is during the COVID pandemic, for different reasons, we've seen a number of our planning entitlements expire. So whether that's tentative maps, development permits, I don't think we have site plan review in this city, but either way, there's a number of entitlements that have expired, that have lapsed, and so to mitigate an individual's ability to come to the city, start the process all over again, because once a permit has expired, it's dead. And so the only way to revive that is to start the process over. What I have seen other cities do is grant an automatic extension to the end date of the expiration date of their original permit. I think this would be a business-friendly move to do, so to avoid someone having to come back through the process, start all over, pay all the fees from scratch. I think it would be beneficial, and it would make a strong stance of just how much we support our business community here if we were to grant an automatic, I would propose 18-month extension to the end date of whatever the expired permit might be. And so, for example, a tentative map. Right now, I believe we are out of automatic legislative extensions for tentative maps. So to keep a tentative map alive, which means more housing, I do not believe in many cases they would be able to apply for an extension to the life of their tentative map. So I'd be looking to see how many tentative maps we currently have that are still alive, how many that have expired in the last, let's say, 12 months, and what are the opportunities to grant automatic extensions from our body in order to keep those maps alive, to avoid the developers having to come back through the process and starting from scratch, because that could take years. And if there's an opportunity for us to grant these automatic extensions, I think that would alleviate a lot of burdens and just continue to do what we can to continue to increase housing stock here in the city. So those would be my two things that I would like to focus more on is the automatic extension to expired entitlement applications and to talk more about what we can do to develop a ministerial expedited approval process for affordable housing projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Prey. Up next, Councilmember Chavez. Okay. Would anybody else like to speak on this item? I see Councilmember Arias followed by City Manager.
City Manager, what's the update on this council voted to surplus the sound arena and the convention center and the accompanying facilities, which means that we're interested in considering the sale of these facilities. What's the update on getting that RFP out in the street? Sure. I don't need an exact date, but general terms.
No, I was just working on it last week, so looking to put it in the city attorney's hands for review and then take it through the purchasing process.
So 60 days, a year?
Within 30 days, it'll be on the streets.
Okay, thank you. So this council, at the request of this administration and the previous administration, asked that we consider surplusing our convention center and sound arena properties, which means that we would consider selling them. The process now going into 2 years of actually getting to the point of being able to assess whether anyone's willing to buy them. We also have historically had a problem with the management of the sound arena, as they tend to struggle with serving two masters when they serve us and Save Martin Center at the same time. We also know that the catering contract that we have in the downtown facilities is a huge weight on utilizing the facility. I don't know if my colleagues know, but it is more expensive to use Sound Arena than it is to use Save Martin Center for concerts, for events. And the cost includes the significant higher cost for catering services that are attached to the public facilities. So we have public facilities that are fully owned by the public that have been a struggle on the management side, are aging every day and getting more expensive to maintain. We've initiated the steps to potentially sell those facilities. And we have a housing crisis that has still about nearly 3,000 people calling the streets of Fresno home. So all that brings me to this conversation that so far, the only solution for shelters in our city have been exclusively in District 3. We volunteered because we had a lot of dilapidated facilities in Motel Drive. We've acquired most of them. We've secured funding to transition a lot of them into permanent housing. Eventually, all those temporary facilities will be transitioned to permanent housing and they'll no longer be available for temporary shelter housing for the homeless. The homeless issue is not going to go away this year or 10 years from now. I'm yet to see the city acquire new facilities to backfill the beds that we're losing every time we transition a facility to permanent housing. So what I'm willing to do is if we continue down the path of potentially selling the buildings, just like any other public asset, utilize it to shelter the thousands of people across the city, not just in my district, but across the whole city. So there's one location. By offering every homeless resident in the city a bed, we can finally enforce the removal of encampments across the residential neighborhoods and the parks that are in our city. We cannot do that now because we don't have sufficient beds for all of them. So and I know we have the One Fresno housing plan that 20 years from now will generate more housing, but what we have is an emergency before us. So I'm willing to entertain that conversation. I know that there would be some obstacles we'd have to go through. What is the SMG contract state? What is the Pardini's contract state? But I think this is time for us to have every option on the table as we consider how we house more people from the streets of Fresno. Because by default, what we're doing is simply shifting them from one side of the street to the other side, from one neighborhood to the other neighborhood. One of my personal frustrations continues to be that hospitals that are required to provide housing to the homeless, when they discharge them, simply give them a ride to downtown. Our police department and our officers continue to direct homeless residents to my district. It continuously happens. So I think it is time for us to consider whether, we take this kind of aggressive approach. And, when the mayor ran for office, he wanted a tent city for 1,000 people in Chinatown. And we said, no, we shouldn't have people living in tents. We can do better. There should be more dignity. Proposing that we take the biggest facility in the city that accommodates up to 10,000 people at once, or the convention center that accommodates thousands of people and was converted for emergency hospital beds during the pandemic. It can, within 24 hours, be available for that, and start housing people. And then maybe then, we will get serious about putting into effect some of these mitigations, to address the crisis. And I want to be very clear that our city has done all the heavy lifting to house the homeless residents in the county. We have 9 facilities. We have warming centers, cooling centers. County has 0 of either. And the county is the government entity that receives and is by charter responsible for the homeless crisis. But it's our city who has stepped forward and addressed it. And that's the reason why the homeless advocates appear in our council chambers and not in the County of Fresno Board of Supervisors chambers. To me, it's clear that they simply don't care. Or else they would have acted differently, or else they would be actively, looking at other options. 2 years ago, my colleague Soria and I toured the Alcorn facility with Supervisor Magzik, because we were willing to buy that facility that can house thousands of homeless residents away from any residential neighborhoods and parks and schools, and the county wasn't interested in signing as a facility. So I bring it forward I know what the obstacles are going to be. I know we might have to, counsel a rap concert or a country concert or a wedding or two that are scheduled for the facilities. But I think those can easily be hosted at St. Martin Center, at Chachance Stadium, at the Sororian. But I'm willing to put that option on the table because I don't see any other way besides business as usual, and that just hasn't met the moment. Not to say that the city hasn't done a huge lift, we have. Who would imagine we would have housed more than 3,000 people in 3 years? But unfortunately, there's another 3,000 people out there, and our municipal county partners are non-existent in finding a solution for the magnitude of the crisis that we have before us. And short of Member Chavez becoming a supervisor, I don't see anything changing soon.
We have City Manager White, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Council President. So I think this is all really productive conversation. I know, we had council has various subcommittees, and we met, I think a few weeks ago, and, obviously would have probably been a great idea to start having this conversation then. I have to admit, I'm a bit frustrated in that all of these great discussions and ideas, I had to read about them in the newspaper. So when we had an item appear on the agenda that said we're declaring an emergency, and it's like, what's going on? What kind of emergency? Can the council declare an emergency? Obviously attempting to try and get information. It wasn't until last night when the Fresno Bee article was posted at 8:12 when I learned of the proposal about using either Selland or the convention center to make that a homeless shelter. It wasn't, that's where I was hearing about all of these ideas. Then the Fresno Business Journal article, and the thing that I'm a little concerned about, because just at our last meeting, you guys took action on extending the hours of the warming centers. And, that was the right thing to do. But as a result of, it happened in public, you guys passed it, we hadn't had a chance to have final action be had on it, and we determined very quickly we couldn't implement it completely the way council passed it. And so we were scrambling, trying to get everything done, and I had Des on the phone that night saying, we're out in front of the warming shelter. Why isn't it open? We're freezing. We've been out here for 45 minutes. I'm saying, they're not going to be open until next Tuesday. Well, the council voted on this today. And so I think the wording of an agenda item without any background material that says declaring an emergency, and I heard all sorts of members of the public speaking in support of an emergency ordinance or declaring this emergency, and the whole time I'm trying to understand what is it that you all are trying to do. So this has been a very helpful and productive discussion, so I can understand a little bit better, because although the mayor may hire and fire me, I'm your city manager too. I'm the one responsible for implementing the policies that you pass. And so having these discussions that have enormous implications on our organization and our staff without the courtesy of a heads up is enormously frustrating. I've had my staff scrambling since 8:15 last night, trying to figure out from what we read in the newspaper what we can get done. So while I understand the council members' desire on the use of the convention center facilities, I was able to pull up, I'm thinking, okay, well, what are all the implications? We have a management contract. We have 30 events scheduled in the next 3 months that have signed contracts that benefit the community, whether it be Disney on Ice, that benefit all segments of this community. They make tickets available for the disadvantaged parts of our city. Whether it be the African American student leadership, whether it be concerts, I think it's a concert, it is, I'm not finding it now. Anyway, it's a Hispanic performers. We have weddings, and while that may not sound like a big deal, we know like Indian weddings are 1,000 people. I would like you to be the one that tells the bride that we're gonna have to relocate her wedding because we've decided to go a different direction. So I'm just reacting to what I've heard in the last 30 minutes, what I've read in the newspaper. I took notes, and the only thing, what kept coming into my mind was the words, the One Fresno Housing Plan uses the preserve, protect, produce. And I think that's what you all are talking about today. And I think they're all really, probably most of them, valid ideas. And I just don't understand, starting off the new year, why the approach was the way that it was. Yeah, I would welcome the opportunity to discuss. The one thing I do want to make sure that's clear, Councilmember Chavez, with regard to ADUs, we all know that there are those mother-in-law, whether they've been permitted or not, but one thing I think we have to realize, those aren't going to bring new units online. They're already being used. So it doesn't create new units. It may legalize them and give the ability for insurance, as you mentioned, but I want to make sure that there's no misunderstanding that that is a way to generate new units by grandfathering in. And thank you for the explanation, because what does grandfathering mean? Grandfathering means a whole bunch of things to a whole bunch of people. So, I was going through the thought process of like, how do we turn, is it Selland Arena? Is it Valdez Hall? Is it the exhibit hall? Which facility are we turning into a homeless shelter? And as you know, we don't operate shelters. We pay people to operate them for us because that is not something that we have staff or expertise to do. But I've started making the list, and I have the staff making lists. Beds, showers, clothing supply, security, case management, food, fire issues, police issues, all the things that we hear the advocates and the unhoused come in and complain about how our shelter operators operate shelters. They're cockroaches, they're dirty, they're not happy in them. I don't know why there would be an expectation that we would be able to do any better for something that we've never done before. I had visions of the Superdome following Katrina, like trying to drop something on something that's never happened before that we don't have any experience doing kind of makes me shudder. As you can tell, my mind is racing because all of this less than 24 hours I've been exposed to. So thank you, Councilmember Perea, for sitting down and talking through the items, which I think are all very valid. Yes, of course, we would support ministerial. We think that's a fabulous idea and look forward to more discussions about that. And, you know, hopefully, I don't know if you want to do it via your subcommittees, however you want to do it. I thank you, Councilmember Arias, for acknowledging what we have done. We have done a lot in this city to shelter the homeless, a lot. More in the last 2 years than have been done probably in the 20 years prior. So thank you for recognizing that. Yes, we still have people on the street. I know that when the mayor took office in 2021 and he immediately launched, Project Off-Ramp, we were very fortunate. We've been able to measure that the people that were placed in motels had I believe it was a 75% success rate in transitioning out of the shelter into stable housing. So definitely having 650 people or more on the freeways, that was definitely an emergency, but fortunately we were able to get some really amazing work done without the need to file for an emergency. And thank you to the city attorney for distinguishing. The mayor over the summer was adamant about we're in a housing crisis. We need to declare an emergency because we're in a housing crisis. We went round and round with the city attorney for probably 3 weeks, and ultimately the same thing that he said today. It was not defensible then, and it's not defensible now to have a state of emergency for housing. Agreed, there is the shelter crisis option, but the one thing that we all have to recognize is a shelter crisis, all of the provisions under a shelter crisis are only for shelters, not for anything to do with permanent housing. And all of our funding we cannot use for congregate housing, which is what a shelter at the convention center would be. So because you all maybe think I'm being negative, I immediately go to, here's the problem, how are we going to solve it? So when I hear new ideas, I'm like, okay, this is a barrier, this is a barrier, this is a barrier, how are we going to resolve that barrier? So those are the things my brain goes to first. There's a whole list of them. I'm sure if we were all working together, we could try and find a way to get through the good chunk of them, but it would have been great and to have a little bit more of a heads up because, like I said, everything I heard today has been very productive and I think very worthy of discussion of this body and discussion that I know the mayor would want to be a part of as we decide, what we can do and what we can't do. So thank you for the opportunity to share my feelings. I'm sorry that I'm frustrated because I don't like to be frustrated up here. I feel like I do a pretty good job keeping things in check, but this was a lot, and I really, really want to make sure, because the advocates aren't here, I really want to make sure that the public is very clear about what is happening today and what is not happening today, because I don't want to get a call about people being out in front of the convention center facilities and why isn't this open because it's a shelter. So I want to make sure that everybody is clear on what can and can't happen today, and obviously we should continue to move forward and give updates so everybody's clear on where we're making progress. But that would be important, because I don't want to get that phone call later today. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, City Manager. I see you punched up Councilmember Chavez, but we actually do have Councilmember Karbasi and then Councilmember Bertefeld punched up. And then I'll take it back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. City Manager, you don't normally do that, so hold on, he's busy. Georgianne, sorry. I know you don't normally express yourself in that way. I want to acknowledge that. I do believe, despite that we're legislative, you're part of the executive branch, we are same team on so many things. And you've always been really cooperative, so I feel your frustration. I had to learn a lot last year about special meetings on GV Wire than I was told directly, so I get it. But the reality is I want to focus back on the conversation at hand. And regarding the convention center, Councilmember Arias made a good point. You have to bear a lot of the burden on the challenges with the unhoused in District 3, and I'm very sensitive to that. I am not necessarily married to one idea or another, council member, regarding convention center, but I talked earlier about the unintended consequences of actions in Sacramento. I just worry that we're trading one problem in for another. We have a new hotel coming in that area. We have businesses around the convention center. We have obligations. We feel the pressure to house people, but I don't know if we've considered necessarily what the financial impacts are going to be. And regarding concessions, it's ironic that the reason why back in 2019 I learned about the challenge versus Save Mart Center versus the convention center was because of the Bardinis. They're the ones that told us, hey, what's happening at Save Mart isn't fair. They're undercutting, and they're the ones that actually informed us of that. So I'm very open to what we're doing today, but I'm going to make it very clear. I don't have a final opinion on the convention center. I believe this city, the 5th largest city in California, needs a healthy downtown. But a robust downtown typically needs a convention center. And we should have a broader conversation about the convention center just in general, because we've had issues as council members, as a city. We should talk about those things, but that's a separate argument. I just want to make it clear, I'm a bit nervous on this process moving forward with tying the convention center to our unhoused crisis. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Bertefeld next, followed by Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, I just want to echo a number of things that the city manager said. I was going to say some of them as well. I didn't know about what this item was. I was waiting for report, staff report, information, and we didn't get it. I got it like everyone else, reading it through the Fresno Bee. And I know that Councilmember Arias, if we got this kind of situation from staff, and they put something on the agenda like this, and we had no information, and we read about it in the Fresno Bee the night before, I know you and myself and everyone up here would be annoyed and very angry about it, and rightfully so. So I hope we learn from this that this is not the way to go about trying to solve serious problems. If there are proposals, we ought to present them, we ought to debate them, we ought to look at them, sift through them, see what works, see what doesn't work, but it shouldn't be about putting something on the agenda, not sharing it in a public forum, not putting it into the agenda and the public sphere for people to review before we come to a council meeting. None of us would tolerate that if that was done from the administration, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. As far as some of the ideas, I think they're very good ideas. Obviously, expediting permitting process, we talk about ad nauseum. It's been talked about for decades. Ministerial approval process makes sense. Looking at all the tools that we might have as a local government to enhance housing is something I think we all support. There's no question about that. I'm not in favor of using government facilities and building something like the convention center to make as a shelter for hundreds, if not thousands of people. I think that's a very unwise maneuver, and it will cost us a lot in the end. I understand people feeling the need to deal with these kinds of situations and to come up with any possible idea, but using city facilities like convention center facilities doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So it's not something that I would support. And I do want to acknowledge that we're spending tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars that we've gotten to address the housing crisis. Thankfully, we have those dollars to deal with it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to deal with it. But we have, and we've been using those dollars, in my estimation, in a very wise, productive way. That's how we've been able to house lots of people. As Councilmember Ari said, come up with 9 different facilities and warming centers and address the crisis that we have. And it has because everybody on this dais, along with the administration, have been working together to address this very serious issue. There are many other aspects, I think, to the homeless issue that need to be addressed that I don't think we often address, because those are difficult topics, including the laws that come out of Sacramento, the issues in terms of drug abuse, the fact that 20,000 needles are handed out to drug addicts outside Roding Park every Saturday, every week. It's never addressed in this chamber, and that facilitates drug use, but we never talk about that. And that's an ongoing issue. We never talk about Prop 47 and Prop 57 or AB 109. Thankfully, the zero bail seems to have ended with Fresno County. All of those play a role in people who are criminals, mentally ill, unhoused, and those are issues that we never talk about, but those are issues that facilitate homelessness and criminality and all kinds of other issues that are related to this. Lastly, I think we had a lot of people come today earlier this morning because this item was on the agenda with no information and expressing a lot of the pain and suffering that is going on in the community. And I think we all ought to be aware that, as the city manager said, because this came on in this topic about convention center, there might be people showing up at the convention center now. So we need to be careful how we put things on the agenda and the kind of information that comes out of this chamber, because there are people who are watching what we do, as they should be, and misinterpreting sometimes perhaps what's being stated here. So we want to be careful that information that leaves here is accurate and it's helpful to people, and the hope that we give them is real, as opposed to false hope because they're misinterpreting what's being done. So I think it's been a good topic. I just think it should have involved more information, not something that we read in the Fresno Bee, and hopefully that doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. City Manager, I just want to publicly acknowledge and thank you for the work you have been doing. You know I have a lot of respect for you. You and I spoke offline about the miscommunication of me getting on your calendar. I am confident that that will not happen again in the future. And I think you know that whenever I reach out, it's probably important. But I know that going forward, that will not be an issue. I wish we could have vetted this a little bit sooner, but to Councilmember Bredefield's point, and this is not an actionable item. It was here for discussion. I own that. So I'll take responsibility for that, Councilmember Bredefield. It should have been more specific that this was an introduction for discussion. I think this is the venue to have that public discussion, and I also wanted what occurred to occur, which is give my other colleagues an opportunity. Obviously, we're restricted by the Brown Act. It's only 3 of us that can have that conversation, but I hope that gives you a little bit more explanation and context. You know that I'm the type of person, even when I was council president, I'd love to provide as much information as possible. I think it was a good first conversation to tackling the challenges that we're going to face this year. I know you have populations up in Woodward Park. I know because I go up there, I see them too. This is probably one of the most important issues that we can tackle. I don't want this conversation and for our city manager, for the mayor, to be seen as adversarial. This is the council idea, no, this is the mayor's idea. I think we're all trying to fix a problem, and I think the approach we should all take was, here's the problem, let's work backwards to try to fix that, whether that's additional affordable housing, whether that's a temporary shelter. I think all options need to be on the table. And I think this is a good, healthy discussion to have, because oftentimes there are a lot of conversations that happen and the public doesn't get a chance to see that or hear them on how we come up with these solutions or priorities. So I thought there was a lot of value in us having this conversation out here, Councilmember Bredefeld. And, you know, City Manager, I understand your frustration. I don't like these last minute things. I think there does need to be better communication. And I have to say, if we're being fair, there are some times when the administration makes an announcement out publicly, sends a press release, and we don't know about it. So I think that also needs to be factored in. And, you know, if we're all on the same page, I think that we can all work a lot better. And I'm actually looking forward to having those conversations in the near future. So if this was taken as something as adversarial, I hope it wasn't. I think in the future, going forward, now that we all know what we're trying to fix, what we're trying to get to, I think we can have a lot more productive conversations. And I appreciate everybody's thoughts and opinions on this. Council President, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Arias, followed by City Manager, and then we do have a request from the mayor to say a few words.
Well, you know how I roll, and I'm not going to do all the apologies and everything else, because I spend 14 hours a day here trying to fix all these challenges. And to Member Chavez's point, on a weekly basis, we hear about what's going on at City Hall through press releases. And today, we just got blindsided with $1.2 million coming out from the animal shelter that we had no heads up. I mean, things like this happen. It's not personal. It's not anything. And just, City Manager, I could care less about Disney on Ice when there's people who are waking up dead in the city streets. I could completely care less. Disney on Ice can be extremely successful at St. Martin Center, but I'm the one that has to drive home through Tower to see bodies laying there, lifeless, because the warming centers are not open up when they could have been. And with that said, you know, I've been asking for a long time, what is the plan to open shelters outside of District 3? And the response is either council members don't want it, the mayor or the city manager haven't proposed any forward. I've been asking, what's the plan to replace the beds as we're converting them to permanent? We don't have a plan. I've stepped up. I now have to take weekly drives to Motel Drive. I now have to deal with the upset neighbors about the encampments behind Motel Drive. I think I've done my part in trying to, you know, develop a solution, but I cannot continue to be the only solution for a citywide and a countywide crisis. We are spending millions of dollars on HART on an annual basis. Yes, we would have to spend millions of dollars operating a humongous shelter at the Convention Center of Sandrina, absolutely. But we're doing that already anyways, shifting people from one part of town to the other and from one neighborhood to the other. And I will acknowledge that I am a guilty party, because I too asked city staff to go clean up encampments. Because once they become 5 people and 10 people and 20 people, the drug elements, the crime elements all takes over. I've been asking for a long time for dedicated policing at Motel Drive. We can provide contract policing for Walmart and for Fashion Fair and the Apple Store and for Fig Garden shopping, but we can't get contract policing for Motel Drive. And so I've settled for, we will send patrol out there from the precinct when they're free, when they're available. Yesterday, or this week, your team did an amazing job. We had to go visit a business who's been vandalized multiple times by encampments and the transient population. It's not that we haven't requested them privately. It's not that we haven't requested them in this body, in this space. It's not that we haven't offered or funded resources. They're just not happening fast enough, and it seems to be a circular conversation. So that's why I'm not gonna apologize for having this conversation. I'm also not gonna apologize for not completely having a finalized conversation privately. because it's not finalized. At the end of the day, like we've said before, we're not solely responsible for solving this. It is a county responsibility that, in my view, they failed, and I hope one day Member Bradfield is the supervisor and cleans that place up too, because I don't see the work product coming out of there on a human services crisis that's before this county and this city. But I am deadly serious that I am willing to offer up the biggest public facility we have in my district so that everybody can see for themselves the thousands of people that are calling our neighborhoods home. And it is extremely frustrating to have to call your staff on a daily basis, and they are super responsive, to clean up one more encampment just to hear the next day that they're back or they're across the street. And I've had this conversation with Des Martinez today. The homeless community is not doing their part. Some of them have been in a shelter for more than a year. They're not stepping up and, either getting clean or getting the help that they need or taking the job that is necessary. They too got to do their part. We can't go so far as to enable the homeless community to continue to be in the situation that they're in. There has to be these tough conversations. But if it takes us having to have an embarrassing sight of having 2,000 people under one building for everyone to, recommit to solving this, I'm all for it at this point. So, City Attorney, what I will formally request today is a memo on what steps the council must take to terminate contracts that have been signed for the use of the convention center in Soundrina, if the council wishes to convert it to a shelter, and if you can work on drafting such a resolution. I am not doing this hastily. I've been wrestling with this for 4 years now, and definitely will sit down with the administration and the city manager, but we need answers to what is the alternative when Motel Drive is completely permanent? What is the alternative outside of District 3? Because people are in canals on Herndon, they're in shopping centers on Shaw and River Park, and we can't continue to do the same old thing, expect a different outcome. So if you can get us a memo on that, and then we'll figure out with council leadership whether we do this through a subcommittee of the council and figure something out. But I also think that our conversations with our counterparts across the street also need to shift. They want a tax sharing agreement. We want them to do their job when it comes to human services in our city.
We'll take a look.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. We do have City Manager followed by Mayor Dyer. Before anyone else punches up, I would just urge, the conversation I think has been hashed out at this point. Punch up if you have something new to offer to the conversation, as we don't have an item in front of us to vote on today. City Manager.
Gosh darn it, Council President. You stole my wind. I'm going to say one thing. I had about 100 things, but I'm just going to say one. Councilmember Arias, I'm not asking for an apology for the discussion on the dais. I think I said multiple times, I think this was good discussion. So I want to make that crystal clear. I'm not asking for an apology from anybody. The item that we did have before us that we backed you into a corner, there was a staff report, and there were multiple discussions with staff members before it came to this dais. I do want to say, and given what your comments just were, I neglected, we do have the general manager and director of sales for ASM Global here, Jeff Wolf and Mark Marino, who are right here in the front row in the audience, who also read the articles and were very, very concerned for the proposals, and I'm sure they're very concerned with Councilmember Arias's comment and a request that he just made. So I know obviously we're not going to get into legal discussion on the dais, but I do already know that I'm sure we'll be having legal discussions, and I fully expect to be hearing something from their team about the proposal or potential proposal. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor Dyer, and then I'm going to go ahead and close us out, and we're going to move to closed session after that.
Thank you, Council President, and I want to say thank you to our city manager because she has an incredible job, and I don't think I ever had an appreciation of what a city manager does till I've watched Georgianne and how hard that she works day and night, and when things like this happen, it does create a lot of frustration, and it causes other things that she should be focused on to pull her away from those duties, and so hopefully we can move beyond that. Second thing is, I had a meeting here recently with mayors and the governor in Sacramento, and what I heard and what I saw was around the table an incredible amount of frustration over homelessness, similar to what I saw today. And the frustration was about the problems that we're facing today in local government that were thrust upon us, that we inherited in many respects. And when it came my turn to talk, I said I wanted to flip the script. I don't want to talk about all the problems and challenges and frustration and the anger. Let's talk about our successes that we've had. 2 years ago, we had over 50 encampments in this city. On our canal banks, we had 50, 100 people in an encampment. We had 650 people living on our freeways. We had 618 fires on our freeways in 1 year caused by the homeless, and our fire department had to respond. We had 3 homeless people that were killed on our freeways in a 1.5-week period, and they shouldn't have been there in the first place. We as a city collectively, not me, not the administration, this council, Caltrans, CHP, our folks at the Poverello House, the Mission, and certainly the governor's office came together, and we did not displace those 650 people from the freeway. They were offered housing and services, and 80% of them took advantage of that. In 2 years, over 1,700 people have been placed into our emergency shelters. 76% of those have had a safe exit, either transitioning back to family, into housing, or into other counseling services. That is something we collectively ought to be saying, job well done. But we're not done. We still have a lot of work to do as a city. We still have a significant number of people out there. We don't have any encampments left in our city per se of 10 or more people a location for 10 or more days. And we don't want those because we know when we have an encampment in this city, bad things happen. We have sexual assaults, drug dealing, shootings, stabbings. We've all seen it. And that is exactly why Councilmember Arias said we don't want those encampments to form. And so we have done, I believe, collectively, an incredible job. And let me just tell you what's coming online. And maybe we don't share that enough, but yesterday the Ambassador Inn reopened after a successful rehabilitation. The Parkway Inn and the Villa Motel will reopen in March. We are going to be able to purchase one more motel by March 31st. Although we do not have any service dollars, that's probably going to have to be transitioned immediately into affordable housing. We are going to be applying for a Home Key $3, and we'll be able to purchase additional motels as well as shelter, and with the long-term plan of transitioning those existing 5 motels that we have today that the city owns into affordable housing, similar to what the Housing Authority is doing right now with theirs. In terms of expediting housing, I appreciate the fact that Councilmember Perea met with Director Clark and had a good conversation about what we can do to move forward on affordable housing. Several months ago, we brought forth 2 items. One of them was on removing the density cap. This council approved that on our transit-oriented development corridors. Secondly, we brought forth broad ministerial approval for our areas that were zoned mixed use. Unfortunately, we could not get the support of this council, and I understand why. There's a lot of folks out there that don't want affordable housing in their neighborhood, and for us to grant ministerial approval, could subject us all to criticism. I'm willing to face that criticism because we are in a housing crisis. We need more affordable housing. And I know that all of you understand that. I look forward to that discussion in the near future. In terms of our One Fresno housing strategy, we had 3 council members that were part of that. And it's not a 20-year plan. It is a 3-year plan. There is a need for 6,900 affordable housing units, 4,100 market rate. And once that's completed, we still only reach 26% of our housing needs in Fresno. And so we do have to get creative. Although I don't like the way this was brought forward, I am appreciative of the fact that we have council members that are being creative and innovative and trying new things. I think we should. And I do want to say that this is a shared responsibility. It's not a mayor's responsibility or administration or even the council. It's all of ours. It's the community. It's the federal government. It's the state government. And so hopefully as we move forward, we can approach it from that manner. I do want to say this about congregate settings like the convention center. I think when I ran as mayor, one of the ideas was to have navigation centers, congregate setting, then we navigate these individuals to various locations. Well, then COVID hit. And we know that what happened in congregate settings was widespread COVID outbreaks. We still have COVID today. And that is a concern. But the federal and state government also recognize that, which is why they no longer were providing funding to local jurisdictions for operating services for congregate settings. But they do provide funding for services that we render to motels and like. So I think that is important as we go forward to not pursue congregate settings, or if we do, it's as a last resort. And the last thing I'll say is this. We've made a lot of progress. We have a good plan in place right now, if we can just follow it and be patient. We have good partners in place. The HEART team, 20 outreach officers or 20 outreach personnel that we pay for that the Poverello uses. And then the last thing is we do have some sustained funding coming over the next 3 years, but we have to use it wisely. So I just want to say I think the dialogue today was healthy, and I think that all of us need to take ownership, and I know that we have. And the one thing we do know is we do have a crisis. And whether it's an emergency or not, we have a crisis. I'd like to think it's a housing crisis, and not as much maybe the shelter. Yes, we need some more shelters, but we definitely have a housing crisis in our city. So thank you.
Thank you, Dyer. Might wrap this up with my final thoughts is we have, as a city, made tremendous strides towards combating our homeless crisis and housing crisis here in the city, but it's apparent from what I've heard up here today and what is apparent in the public that we still have a lot more work ahead of us. I heard a couple things on this dais today. Number one is just a tremendous frustration from both the council and the administration of the housing crisis that is still in front of us, and I've heard a lot of excellent ideas. I would urge better communication. I think it is one of those skills nobody ever perfects, could always be worked upon, because even a perfect division is nothing without some execution from the administration. So we need to make sure that we're working in tandem to make sure that we are able to tackle this homeless crisis as a city. Councilmember Arias, to your remarks, for a very long time, District 3 downtown Fresno has taken the brunt of shelter spaces. I have been working closely with our great planning department over the last year to move a prominent shelter into District 4, which has got quite a lot of buy-in from the neighbors. And so I could say that District 4 is willing to do our part to help out with those shelter spaces. And I hope my colleagues feel the same way too about if this is a citywide issue, we need to make sure that we're all doing our parts in our respective districts to combat that issue. I do want to note for the public's consideration, we are not voting on anything today. We had a very robust conversation, a lot of good ideas came up, but we will not be taking any action on this item at this point in time. However, I do urge administration to start having conversations with council. Councilmember Chavez had some great ideas about ADU process being expedited and bringing those in to recognize them as official dwellings and to create a pre-approved model to easily generate affordable housing construction. That conversation needs to take place, similar to the model that we have for tiny homes. And to work with Councilmember Perea, we've had this conversation, Director Clark, before Councilmember Perea, Council Vice President Perea came on board about ministerial approval. I think it'd be great for you guys to meet up and have that conversation that we hashed out before she came on board. And City Attorney's Office, you heard from Councilmember Arias. Please produce him a memorandum on the legal implications of canceling contracts at the convention center and what it would take to put up beds in that space if that's something the council decided to go forward with. But we will hear those items on a future date. I will go ahead and close out our contested consent portion of today's agenda. Thank you to everybody who can make it. We will be going into closed session. City Attorney's Office, will we have anything to report out?
No, Council President.
Okay, well then, I'm gonna go ahead and adjourn this segment of today's meeting. Thank you.